You are tuning into Naphtali's new school of thoughts, right here on YouTube.
Naphtali's new school of thought. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe for news, politics, all truth and no lie.
Welcome to Naphtali's new school of thought, where the wisdom is heavy and the knowledge is taught. We're digging through the Bible, science and history, stripping back the veil and solving every mystery. Talking all the truth, so you can step inside the room. We're clearing out the shadows and the intellectual gloom. There's no gatekeeping here, no locks on the door, just a hunger for the facts and a thirst for something more. We don't deal in fiction, no lies or lullabies, no fairy tales to soothe you or the dust across your eyes. If you're looking for a dream state, move along the line, cause we're operating on a different design. If you wanna stay asleep, this is not the place for you. The comfort of the dark is a ghost you're clinging to, but the sun is rising high, breaking through the night. And once you see the truth, you cannot see the light. Welcome to Naphtali's new school of thought, where the wisdom is heavy and the knowledge is taught. We're digging through the Bible, science and history, stripping back the veil and solving every mystery. Welcome to Naphtali's new school of thought, where the wisdom is heavy and the knowledge is taught. We're digging through the Bible, science and history, stripping back the veil and solving every mystery. So wide awake movement, no more nodding off, no more hush hush. From the scrolls to the stars, it's all connected. Yeah, we're all woke. Class is in session.
All right. Hey, Most High bless everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. From Naphtali, representing a new school of thought. And I will be bringing on my guest tonight. We're going to be talking about, I don't know if I'm glitching or what. It says I got like a message. Okay. All right, let's try this again. All right, your girl Naphtali coming back at you guys with a new school of thought. And I have some guests I'm going to be bringing on with us tonight, guys. We're in for a treat. We're going to be talking about is African spirituality witchcraft, and we're going to be speaking with Genesis. Okay, guys. So, those of you, I need you all to make sure you subscribe to the Doctrine Over Truth debate channel. This channel is about everybody has their doctrine, but which one is the truth? So I'm going to be bringing them on right now. So let's get ready to welcome our guests. Laurel Burns, and of course we have Genesis here. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, definitely. It's a little bit like kind of cutting up a little bit, but we're good, you know.
I do apologize. I don't know why it wants to do that right now, but we'll make it through.
Peace, it's your boy Anu. I think the internet kind of going in and out right now.
It's going in and out. Yeah, I had like a message that popped up. I've never seen that message before. It said it said trouble connecting. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's cool. So
yeah,
start.
All right. Okay, why don't you guys introduce yourselves and let's get started.
All right, go ahead, Laurel. You can start.
Ladies first.
Well, I'm DJ Genesis. I have been a DJ for over 25 years in the music scene. when I'm not a DJ and I'm a mother, and
Well,
on top of that,
I'm your boy Anu Kakarак. A lot of y'all know me as Real Burns, Novel World representative. You know what I'm saying? You know how we get down. And I'm here to support the sister. You know what I'm saying? DJ Genesis Detroit. You know what I'm saying? We on here doing our precognosis on this witchcraft subject, and we just gonna give our message, man, and see if we can come to some type of synthesis.
all right. So I'm DJ Genesis. I'm a real DJ, and I really have music out and everything like this. I've been a DJ for over 25 years. I'm a software engineer, and I got into the EFA faith initially. I was a Christian, and then something like kind of compelled me. I used to like do all the websites for Sarah Student City or Black Power Cartels. I was the designer behind those websites. And then from there, I got into EFA, and now I'm a priest of Oya, initiated. And so yeah, that here we are. I'm also the owner of the the YouTube channel DJ Genesis Detroit, and my show is called Alchemizing Energy. So,
All right. So guys, please check out our channel. You says Alchemizing Energy. Alchemizing Energy.
just go to at DJ Genesis, like right here at DJ Genesis Detroit. The show is called Alchemizing Energy. So,
Oh, okay. All right. So I dropped the StreamYard link in the chat if anybody wanted to hit the link and come on and join us. We're going to be having a discussion, like I said, and try to, come to a consensus and see what is this African spirituality. You said it's Ifa, correct? So that's with the Yoruba.
yeah, EFA. Yep.
Okay. All right. So I know you had some videos that I wanted you to share. If you can go ahead and share those videos, and I'm gonna see if anybody wants to come on. If not, then it'll just be us. Okay.
All right. So, I'm not sure where I want to start with. First, because there, I can. I want to start really. I'm gonna start really shallow, and then I'm gonna get really deep. Okay, because this whole thing, it could get very. Depending on, I'm not sure what the audience is. It could get very, very intricate when you actually look into it, right? So, let me start off with like a more basic understanding of things, and then get into the depths of it all, because it could get very, very seeming complicated, and I don't want to confuse people before it gets too soon. So let's play what. Let me see. This is the one. All right, let's go into it. Is my screen showing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go into it.
We most definitely have to bring up what is divine. And when you come, and divinity is rooted into what shines, what shine, what is shining, what is shining, what is that? You see what I'm saying? What is that comes from heaven, that comes from the God? What is God? Divinity. What is divinity? Divinity is that which shines. And that's how you know something that is from God, because it shines. Now, is that the God? We can't determine that for you. But
yeah, no, we don't worship divination. We don't worship.
No, you don't.
If you use AI, that's another form of divination. Believe it or not, But
every time you turn on your computer, and you hop on this internet, you are using divination. They literally built the internet system off of E5, like literally. The system literally comes from E5. Without E5, there would be no internet. You see what I'm saying? So computers. So like even when you trying to be as righteous as you can be without using divination, you still using, because you're using modern technology, which uses the binary system, which is, guess what? Divination.
So okay, Naphtali says the Most High God has rules, and by His standards, you guys are breaking the rules. Now let me explain this. And this is what I think, what I feel. Okay, you had a preacher class in the Bible that actually was allowed to use divination, and they were called the Levites. Okay, I, in my heart of hearts, really believe that a lot of the Levite priests were practicing Ifa. They were Ifa practitioners, as far as they were diviners and they knew how to do divination. Let me play this video right quick and to break this whole thing down. Let's go.
They called it primitive. They called it demonic. They called it witchcraft. But what they never called it was what it truly is: wisdom. African spirituality is not a superstition. It is not sorcery. It is not chaos. It is a system, a science, a sacred order that has guided millions for generations, long before colonizers brought their gods and their guns. This is the truth they buried, but today we unearth it. Welcome to Echoes of Africa, and today we're reclaiming our roots. Before the Bible, before the Quran, before European missionaries stepped foot on African soil, there were shrines, there were oracles, there were sacred forests and ancient chants echoing through the night. From the sands of the Sahel to the rivers of the Congo, Africans communed with the divine in ways that were both deeply spiritual and profoundly intellectual. Because African spirituality is not about fear, it is about balance. Let's begin with the Yoruba of Nigeria. Their spiritual system, known as Ifa, is one of the most complex and complete systems of thought in the world. Ifa is based on Olodumare, the supreme creator. But Olodumare does not work alone. He sends emissaries, called Orisha, forces of nature that guide the human spirit. Shango is the Orisha of thunder and justice. Oshun, goddess of rivers, fertility, and love. Ogun, the spirit of iron and war. Each Orisha is not just a deity, they represent a principle of life. Devotees don't just worship them, they understand them. They consult Ifa priests, called Babalawo, who use divination to decode spiritual messages using a sacred binary system that predates modern computing. This isn't witchcraft, this is cosmology. In Ghana, the Akan people recognize Nyame, the supreme being, but they also revere the Abasam, spiritual entities tied to rivers, trees, ancestors, and morality. In daily life, Akan's spirituality teaches ethical living, not out of fear of punishment, but from an understanding that the world is interconnected, that your actions echo through your family, your land, your future. That's not magic, that's philosophy. Travel to the Congo, and you'll meet the Bakongo, who speak of Nzambi Mpungu, the creator, and the Kalunga line, a cosmic boundary between the world of the living and the world of the spirits. They use the Dikenga, a cosmogram that maps the human life cycle, direction, time, and destiny. It is drawn as a circle with 4 points: birth, maturity, death, and rebirth. This isn't just art, it's spiritual geometry. You see, African spirituality doesn't separate the spiritual from the physical. It doesn't split the sacred from the secular. Everything is divine. Everything is energy. Everything is connected. So why did they call it witchcraft? Because it scared them. Colonizers and missionaries could not control a people whose power came from within, so they demonized it. They called ancestral veneration idolatry. They called sacred dances pagan. They called herbal knowledge black magic. But what they were truly doing was erasing memory, because memory is power. They replaced orishas with saints. They burned shrines. They renamed spirits as demons. They banned native languages in prayer. And then they gave you a new name, a new god, and a new shame. But African spirituality never died. It survived in the whispers of elders, in the rhythm of the drum, in the herbalist's hands, in the dreams of the gifted. And across oceans, it took root again. In Haiti, Vodou. In Brazil, Candomblé. In Cuba, Santeria. In the American South, Hoodoo. These weren't foreign religions. They were African belief systems in exile. Systems that adapted, merged, survived through chains across plantations, under threat of death. That's not witchcraft. That's resilience. Today, young Africans are asking questions again. They're going back to the roots, not to reject their modern faith, but to understand where they came from. To find meaning not in what was imposed, but in what was forgotten. And what they are discovering is profound. That African spirituality is holistic. It includes the land, the body, the ancestors, and the future. Decentralized, no pope, no book, no empire, just elders, oral knowledge, and sacred practice. Practical, tied to healing, justice, birth, death, purpose. Symbolic, full of rich metaphors, sacred numbers, hidden meanings. Scientific, coded in patterns that mirror quantum thinking, systems theory, and deep psychology. This is not a call to abandon your current beliefs. It is a call to remember that your spiritual DNA is older than colonization, older than borders, older than the chains that tried to silence it. You are not cursed. You are not lost. You are not damned. You are divine. And your ancestors knew it. They didn't just look to the sky. They looked at the soil, to the rivers, to the wind, to the stars, and they saw spirit in everything. That is not witchcraft. That is wisdom. So the next time someone tells you African spirituality is evil, ask them, do you even know what you're talking about? Because we do, and we are done hiding it. This is
All right, so that's the end of the first video. Let's talk about it. Let's go.
All right, let's see if we got any questions or comments out there. But while I'm doing that, you can go ahead and you can go ahead and give a little bit more of your background. Did you start off in Christianity, or did you start off, what's your background? You can give us a little bit more of your background.
Well, yeah, I started off as I began my mom did not force any religion on me. Growing up, I've been to Jehovah's Witnesses church, I've been to Mormon churches, I've been to all different Hispanic church, I've been to Holiness church. And then, when I turned 13, I finally found a church that I really believed in, and I became a Christian. I got baptized. And, up until the age of, I would say, like about 27, I was a Christian, very devout Christian. When I went back to Ohio to be with my family, evangelists in my family, like people that I went to McIntyre, Ohio, small church, looked like a small little bitty church, very, very serious Bible.
What kind of denomination would you say? It was like Baptist, Pentecostal? What would you say?
African Methodist is Episcopal.
Episcopalian, okay.
Yeah, AME. So Ohio is a very AME influence. So I was very AME. So, but I have been to Holiness. I've been to the College. I've been to the whole thing. But when I went back to Ohio, in my teenage years, everything was African Methodist Episcopal. So I know the whole Lord's Prayer. I know the whole Apostles, Creed and all that, So growing up, that was my upbringing. Up until the age of about 27, very heavy Christian influence. So somehow I ended up running into SETI, and then watching also Sonnetter. But I ran into SETI, and him being into Egyptian stuff. And I also had these guys that were really into, they were like hackers, me being a software engineer, and they began to question, okay, so why do you believe, they began to question me, and I didn't have the answer to this, so I started to look deeper into it. So the initial thing was me being into okay, switching over from Christianity, getting into the Egyptian aspect of things. And then I would say about maybe 7 years ago, I got into the Yoruba faith through a friend of mine named Makia Ma'at. She said, hey, maybe you should look into this. And so after that, I looked into it. I talked to a Babalawo, got my first reading, and that was all she wrote. From that point on, I, maybe I would say about 5 years later, I got initiated, and I'm in my 3rd year as a priest in Ifa.
All right, so you're a priest in Ifa. Okay.
It's called an Olorisha. So I'm a priest of the Orisha in the Ifa religion.
Ifa, okay. All right. And so with that, so you were a Christian and then you had some questions and then you said you had a reading. What do you mean by a reading?
So what happens is that, you know, in the Ifa is really heavily based on divination. It's pretty much the entire thing. What we believe is that you were when you came onto this earth, you know, before you came here, you were told everything that was going to happen to you, but then when you came here, you forgot everything that you were told. So then, you know, divination helps you to navigate, you know, left or right. You know, any Christian will say, they'll say, okay, narrow is the road. The chosen are few, but you know what I'm saying, all this other stuff. So narrow is the road. It's almost like going through a pin needle, right? So what I found out is that you don't have to just walk through life and not know what is going on. You know, why am I in this position? What is my purpose in life? So what happened is that, like, what I found through Ifa is that you don't walk through life like not knowing your purpose. What you everybody is here for a purpose and a reason, and everything in Ifa is about for you finding your purpose and being able to execute it. So the whole thing is to get to the reason why you're here and to navigate life, you know, as you go through all the ups and downs, so that you don't have to like go straight through roadblocks, but you go around them. So that's pretty much say is what Ifa does.
That's pretty interesting. And I just have this question. So looking at your video, it says that colonization is what caused the separation, I guess. Well, people not continuing on with the Ifa faith. But my thing is wouldn't they have why weren't they aware of this information ahead of time through divination? How were they able to be, I guess, tricked into so-called Christianity?
Well, I wouldn't even say they were tricked. It was just the destiny of the people to go through this. It was meant to be. So sometimes you know, it's not even a question of you know, we were meant to go through that and meant to be here and meant to be in this position, in this exact place where we are today. So I was meant to be here to be in this time frame. People, like, you know, they cycle. I believe in that we reincarnate. So at one point I probably was at one point and then passed on, and then now I'm here and I pass on. So we believe that we it's a cycle. So where we're at right now, we're meant to be. So it's not really a matter of why would we be here if this existed. Is like, are we meant to be here? Yes, we are meant to be in this right here in this time frame at this very moment, based on whatever's going on. So
with this faith, do you have a creator?
Yes.
No, I'm saying I see that there is, but there is a creator. And how did he create life?
So Olodumare is just like the creator in, I would say, in any other like one religion, like was monotheistic religion. The only difference is that we don't feel like Olodumare deals in everyday life. We think that Olodumare just creates and he's outside of like just earthly realm stuff. He's not dealing with
the creator creates like, and that, like she said, that's kind of like uniform around most indigenous religions. You got the supreme God, which is the substrate in which everything exists in and is. You see what I'm saying? That's what the creator is. And then you got like what y'all would call God, or, you know, lesser gods or deities and stuff like that, which are still different concepts of base reality. You know what I'm saying? But it's just
you kind of went out. Is it you guys or is it?
No, he was talking. I could hear him, and he's telling the right thing. Let him go ahead and continue.
No, I'm sorry, it cut out for me. I'm sorry, I didn't hear him. I guess my computer.
Oh, okay. So I guess start from the beginning. Okay.
He's
Right.
kind
So
of. Is he?
so go ahead, Laura. Say what you're
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. I was just saying that Olodumare would be like that substrate that everything is created from and is. It's
Your phone, it done went out again.
not a male or a female. You see what I'm saying? And like even in Naga, like we say this that God is not a person for you to name or even to give human attributes to. You see what I'm saying? So when you talk about the creator, you're talking about the force, the power and force of all things. So, I wouldn't be as egotistical to call it him or her. I can only talk about it as how it relates to me being a human, being alive. You understand what I'm saying?
So how did he create life, or how did your creator create life? What's the creation story?
Life begets life. You see what I'm saying? So we are a reflection of the universe. So you are an expression of that intelligence. So when you ask how did it create, it's self-sustaining. It itself is life. It itself is the light. So if you understand the Most High and you understand what self-sustaining, self-sufficient, the all-sufficient one, if you really understand those words, then you will truly understand there is no beginning or no end when it comes to
that's fine. I just
the
want to
Most
know
High, or
how
what you
were
call
human
the
beings
Most High.
created. Well, I just want to know how was human beings created.
How was human beings created?
Yeah.
Like all things, other human beings created. But I mean, now if you asking like how did are you talking about this vessel? If you're talking about this vessel that we
No, I think that she wants to hear the mythology of the
not the mythology. I just want to know
are you talking about like as far as Ifa goes?
No, not Ifa.
What is the what is Olodumare? What is his origin? Or it's not even his, it will be it, because Olodumare is it's not even a he or a she, it's an it. So all right, so Olodumare is the supreme creator, external, self-existent, beyond form, doesn't directly micromanage the physical world, delegates creative functions to the Orisha. So think of Olodumare as the ultimate source of Ashe, or creative divine power, right? So he's omnipotent, omniscient, transcendent, gender beyond, not male or female. Traditional Yoruba religion is strictly monotheistic at the highest level with functional divine intermediaries. So according to Odu, okay, Oshe Torah says, before earth existed, there was Orun, the spiritual realm, heavens. Below was watery chaos, no solid land yet. Humanity didn't exist, okay? Olodumare assigned Orisha Nia Obatala the task of creating the physical world, right? He was given a snail shell filled with sand, a white hen, rooster, a palm nut, a chain, and then there's a whole thing.
Okay, so hold on before you go, keep going, sis. Okay, so what she just explained, right? Those are actual forces of creation. Like if you want to try to make those like the four fundamental forces, go ahead. But what she's actually talking about are forces of the universe, of things that actually create things. When she's talking about the shell, when they're talking about the shell or the snail, you have to think about the shape of the snail. The shape of the snail is a spiral, right? And if you understand the golden ratio and how that relates to the universe and X, Y, and Z, X, Y, and Z, you know what I'm saying, down to Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, X, Y, and Z, you see what I'm saying? It starts making sense. So if you're not looking at the ancestors' wisdom from the eyes of actual physics, from a physical standpoint, and not just a spiritual standpoint, you would never be able to understand what it's truly saying to you. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If you
cannot
move away
listen
from
to the story
right,
as literal. It has to be like, okay, so there was a chain coming down from heaven. That's DNA, right? So a chain, DNA. Obatala, the white cloth, descended from Arun using the chain and poured sand onto the waters. The hen was released. Then the hen scratched and scattered and the sand outward, forming land. The first land became Ileife.
Oh wow! So that
You
sounded
know,
like cellular mitosis, like what it just described sound to be like sperm fertilizing the egg, and then the egg going into mitosis, into cellular division. But go ahead.
yeah, pretty much.
I
And it
mean,
also
I hear it when you say it.
right. So it's not just so you can't listen to the story as a literal hen came down on a chain and started scratching the ground. These are like parables similar to how Jesus. I know that you guys are Hebrew, but just like how Jesus spoke this parable, this story is a parable about like
So do you
DNA
guys
structure.
believe in, do you guys take this as it, or do you guys believe in evolution?
Evolution
You
of
say
what? Like,
Do you
what do
guys
you
believe
mean?
in the scientific narrative, the so-called scientific narrative that human beings evolved from apes? Do you guys take that?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay, so you
okay.
guys,
So as
so
far as
you all do not agree with
hold
it.
on, I got to speak for myself because I'm saying when it comes to that specific subject, I do not necessarily buy into evolution. I do though lean towards adaptive mutation. And when you're talking about the creation of humans, I'm totally saying that is some alien shit. Like that's aliens did
So
that.
are you
But go
saying
ahead.
that it, or so are you saying that, do you believe that a primordial soup and then life came out of that soup? Do you believe in the Big Bang? Do you believe
Okay,
in any?
okay. No,
No,
I don't
no,
believe in the
no.
Big Bang. No.
What about the what about the so you don't believe in the cosmic, but do you believe in the primordial ooze, the soup?
Okay, so when you say that, I translate that as plasma, and if you when you talk about this primordial soup, if you're talking about undifferentiated matter, plasma being free radicals floating around in what we call space time, then most definitely.
Well, it's the thing is that I'm trying to get an understanding of of your narrative, because there's pretty much only two. There's either there's the biblical narrative, or there's what you would call the Babylonian. And the Babylonian narrative is that there was a salty ooze, which is the same thing as evolution. It's all the same, and life came out of that. So it sounded more like to me that you guys actually take on the Babylonian aspect of things
Well,
than.
no, I would say that it's similar to. So I would say not similar. There's parallels, right? So God forms man from dust, breath of
So
life,
that's what I
life,
want. That's what I
and
want to
breathe.
hear. So you believe that God. So you do you. That's what I'm trying to understand. So life.
So
Do you believe?
all right. So God. Okay. What all this is like, okay. So dust, right? So you have dust,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have like the breath of life, and me. Delegated divine beings appear, which you would say in Psalms 82, where you have like these kind of like angelic things, and then throughout the whole thing. So the bottom line is that it's not necessarily evolution, but like that this God or this ordained thing. I don't believe in evolution. I'm sorry. You
Well,
can't. No, I don't
when
believe.
you say
We did
when you
not. We
say
did not like come from apes. We didn't
that's
like
fine.
go from a fish to an ape.
So you
No.
believe that there was a, because the, like I said, it's a lot of people don't know this, and I'm willing to share it. I speak with a lot of people who are outside of the Bible, and they all believe in, regardless if they don't know it or not. It's the Sumerian or the Babylonian aspect of thing, or like what or the Eridu Genesis, or what we would consider to be the Anunnaki. If you know it or not, it's pretty much the same thing, as where it's like an legion of deities or lesser beings, or what you would consider, like what you just said, it was a group, and they all built and created life. And that's pretty much this, because when I sit back and I listen to uh, the story, the story of Ephi, it all goes back to what we would call Babylonian. And I don't disagree that our ancestors were out here doing that.
No,
But
no,
that
no.
wasn't
But
our,
in
that wasn't our,
E5, humans
that wasn't
were
our
in.
start.
Hold
That
on,
wasn't
let me
our
say.
start.
In E5, humans were intentionally created. Obatala molds human bodies from clay, like the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Olodumare gives life into the human body, the breath of life. Humanity appears as humanity, not from animals or from some other thing. So there is
So
a
you don't believe
definite
in the primordial serpent Damballa?
no. I don't. That's not a part of. I don't know what that is. No. So in
Damballa?
E5, no, there's no no.
Do you know
Hum,
the Damballa?
no.
Okay.
Obatala, no. They're Obatala molded humans from clay and breathed life into it.
So according
So
to the
there's
West
no like
African,
there's no
the West
serpent or
African,
something that but there's different African traditions. We're talking about like E5. We're not talking about like whatever the bala is. You know, that might be from another culture. That's
I'm
not
sure you're familiar with Damballa. So Laurel, do you agree with the Damballa, or
No, not necessarily.
but are you familiar with Damballa?
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, they say that has ties with Haitian voodoo.
and see voodoo, you cannot like lump Ifa and voodoo together.
Yeah,
That's a big
yeah,
mistake.
yeah.
You
That's
can't
like
link all those together.
no, you can't group them all together because it's like claiming that Islam is Hebrewism or Gnosticism is Islam or Hebrewism or something. Like they might be interrelated, but they not the same things.
Okay, so
Like, in E5, all right. So you had like the making of the land, and then Obatala made humans out of clay, and then or the land,
so you
molded
guys
them into.
actually teach this. I mean, because like my thing is that a lot of people say they believe in this, but I'm going to have to stand up and say I believe that you guys believe in probably. I mean, Laurel, can you tell me do you stand with the evolution or not? Do you believe that humans the science of evolution?
No,
No, in order to believe in evolution, you have to like to believe that humans came from animals and then they eventually evolved into humans. No, we have a definite creation story where you have a Batala creating humans out of like the actual,
So
earth,
I'm,
that
I'm
pretty
saying
much
what I'm
sounds
saying
like the
is like
same
the
narrative as the
origin
Bible.
story of our ancestors is what it is, right? That's
It sounds
one
like
thing.
the same thing that it comes from the Bible, because it says here that they came from grain or sand, so like you said, the dust, and then he breathed life into them. Now the
right?
thing is that,
Obatala, like Obatala. See,
okay, so my thing
Obatala
is it
is
sounds like,
similar to. Hold on, Obatala will be similar to the god of like
Yeah, he'd be
of
like Yahweh.
so why did you want to take on the narrative of this, just because you believe this is older? You believe that the so-called white man is who taught us the Bible? Is that why you lean
No,
absolutely not. No, that's I took on this because it's so there is a point where Christianity goes one way or Hebrewism goes one way and Ifa goes a different way. So there is a separation
In what way does if I go a different way?
is
Because
when you go into divination and the aspect of divination in each person's life.
well, my
And
question is how does divination, and we got a visitor here. Just one sec. How you doing? Most High blessed King. How you say your name? Naga?
King
This
Naga.
King Naga.
Peace
Okay,
and
just one
blessing to
second.
y'all. Peace, peace.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me ask this question. Okay, so when we go into divination, how is this helping the people that are currently practicing this right now? Since
okay.
I mean, are they meant to be in despair? Why can't the divination help them get out of the despair that they're in, the starvation?
It actually can. It actually can. But the thing is that everybody don't practice it. And number two, everybody don't listen to what they're being told. Number three is that at the end of the day, divination is looked down upon and like as a witchcraft. So when you have a whole society of people that think of divination as an evil thing, especially when it comes to E5 divination, oh well, this is a witchcrafty type of thing, then you're not going to understand that there's a scientific method behind the whole thing. There's a reason why. And then ancient African traditions are not just only based on just divination, but like I said, the divination aspect and then the actual understanding of. Go ahead.
No, I was going to just add on to what you said, the actual wisdom behind what they saying, because I think a lot of us forget that Africans or so-called African people have always had God with them. They have never been without God. So when you read stories like Deuteronomy 28 or things like that, those stories are telling you to not stray from your ancestors' traditions and customs. And when you take on the traditions and customs of other people, you go through an identity crisis, which is a death, right? If you ask Africans, they'll tell you that the riches of Africa is not in the soil, but in the history of the people. That's the true treasure of Africa is the unbroken history, the fact that these people can recite lineage that goes back thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, if you understand the symbologies and the metaphors. You know what I'm saying? So when you read the Bible, understand that you don't necessarily have to be the people in the book. You have to learn the lesson that comes from the people in the book. And we as a people of African descent can learn from the Bible because those people took on the religions and the beliefs of other people. Our ancestors had Ifa. This is what we had. So I'm saying there was never nothing wrong with what our ancestors had. Or oppressors demonized it. And I'm saying you haven't had a chance to indulge in your own ancestral stuff like you have in Abrahamic faith. And I'm just saying, just give your ancestors stuff a try. You don't necessarily have to.
Not to cut you off, brother, but with all this knowledge and all this time, how could a group of people come in and take something away from them?
The biggest problem is that you think of a group.
I didn't get it is because if you got a mass of people who are living and been living, you say, for tens of thousands of years and have been utilizing this practice, I believe that shouldn't the divination have given them some form of warning, giving them some form of knowledge? I mean, they
divination.
Well, I'm saying, think about this.
Because this is where we're having a huge disconnect, is because you're saying that these people were here, they're minding their own business, living their life, and then this group of people just came in and just told them, hey, what you're doing is evil, stop. And then they just completely stopped and lost completely all of their knowledge and history of everything.
They didn't stop.
But you said that they stopped doing it because
they didn't stop. It wouldn't exist if they stopped. It wouldn't exist today.
When I say they stopped, I'm talking about us.
But let me say this, because I did ask, why are they in the state that they're in now? And you say because they're not doing it anymore.
I mean,
who said that? I didn't say that. Did I say that?
I
did. That's easily answered. Just if you use the example of the Bible itself, right? There's an example.
You don't need to use the Bible. Let's leave the Bible out of it. Let's just use Ephi. Let's not even use the Bible. Let's just use Ephi.
Right.
Don't quote any scriptures from the Bible. Leave it alone. Let's just talk about Ephi. I don't want to talk about the Bible. So according to Ephi,
that's what I'm saying. Like, so and then we have to chunk that up to a matter of subjectivity, right? Because
use the Bible is not. That's not. That
we're not using the Bible.
According to your
we're not using the Bible.
But you keep quoting scriptures and stuff like that.
Yeah, so I haven't quoted one scripture yet.
You did. You said Deuteronomy 28. You used.
Well, that was like 10, 20 minutes ago.
No, that was based. Hold on, that was based on what you said that you were like asking.
I just want to know. So my thing.
Hold on. Let me just say this. When we talked, you said that you would be asking about Deuteronomy 28 and how, if we, so that's why he brought up Deuteronomy 28 because I showed him that.
I brought up Deuteronomy 28 is because of the nature of divination and the looking down upon it as if it's something that we're doing wrong. or Ifa culture as if it's something wrong or as if it's witchcraft when it's obviously not witchcraft because a tree by its fruit. So with that being said, you haven't seen genocide and all of these other atrocities come from Ifa. You haven't seen those things, so that's clearly not the spirit that Ifa comes in. You see what I'm saying? So we got to at least give it the benefit of the doubt because Ifa has not committed mass murders across the planet in the name of Optala or Olaran or Oshun or any other deities, right? So, you know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
I'm gonna have to cut you off with that because we know. I don't want to bring. I told the sister I wasn't gonna talk about the practices, but my thing is that's
No,
not true. A lot of people come into the name of the Bible, but that doesn't mean they're actually for the Bible.
I
Like how
agree
you
with
can
that.
sit here, like how you don't believe in the Bible, you don't stand for the Bible, but you're quoting it. And just because you can quote scriptures and people can say things about it doesn't
Like you
mean
say,
that
I don't believe in it.
you can't. I mean,
No, no, it ain't a matter of my belief. It ain't a matter of
it
belief.
is because you're
It,
telling everybody that I don't. Okay, so what is your stance on the Bible? Because you're saying that do you follow African
I
spirituality?
I think the Bible is great if you are trying to learn morals and standards, and I think they're universal morals and standards. If you go in almost any organized group of humans on the planet, so I think it's useful in that manner. But as far as our ancestral knowledge, I tend to listen to my ancestors' knowledge because I don't want to be palling around in somebody else's backyard looking for jewels when I have my own backyard. I got my own ancestors and they got their own stories that I can learn wisdom from. It's not that I don't like the Bible or I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm against the Bible. Not at
But
all.
it sounds like to me that
I
you're
was
saying the
raised
Bible
Christian.
is.
I was an ordained minister by the age of 15. So I mean,
But my thing is, why is the Bible not the book of the people in Africa? Why can't the Bible be our
you
book?
say why it's not the book? Well,
You
one
said
most
it's
of the
not. You
people.
said you rather have your own backyard. So I'm trying to figure out why is it not? Why is the Bible not ours?
Well, colonialism.
But why? Just because you are aware that. So when is colonialism? When did that take place?
You say when did it take place?
When did they enter?
Uh,
When do you say the Bible was
I
entered
would
into?
I would say the colonialization of Africa started possibly, and I don't want to go back too far in history. I want to say somewhere between the times of 500 A.D.
Okay, so you know that the oldest Bible is older than that, and it was found in
You say
Ethiopia.
what?
The Ethiopian text is older than that.
Oh yeah, sure.
The Aksumite Empire is older than that.
Okay.
The Aksumite Empire
Yeah,
is
but
actually is older than
you asked
any.
me about when did it take place? I mean, like there's plenty of. If we go into the Igbo culture, that all of that stuff predates the Bible and everything in it.
Well, that's what. But the Igbos reached themselves back to the actual Israelites. So my thing is we when you guys talk about the Africans and you say African spirituality, but you don't want to say the Bible is ours when the Bible is ours. The Bible goes back. Like
The
I said,
Bible is Greco-Roman.
you say that the Greco-Romans, but the Romans never they didn't begin with it. They eventually got it.
The Bible. Hold on. Let me just say this. I'm not gonna.
The
This is.
Bible is
I'm not here.
Greco-Roman.
Hold on. I'm not here to go against the Bible,
Yeah,
whether it's
I don't want to go
Greek
against the
or
Bible.
Roman or whether who wrote it,
Yeah, me neither.
written,
Like I said, important
written.
because
Hold on. No. Stop. I'm not trying to have a debate on whether or not the Bible was, you know, written and before or after after African spiritual systems had their oral traditions. What I'm here to talk about is that there were African oral spiritual traditions and that these things were a part of the community. And even today we don't talk against the Bible. We don't talk about we don't talk about sorry We don't talk about the Quran. We don't talk negatively about like the Hindu. We don't talk negatively about any of those things. We don't judge any of those situations. You know, a real priest is not going to judge any of that because we feel it's all relative. It's all relative. Knowledge is infinite. There is no separation. We think that there's a separation, but there's really a connection at the end of the day. So I would say this: when it comes down to divination, divination is there is a individual divination, there is a community divination, there is and different people from different levels perform divination according to what their rank in society is, right? So me as an individual, I have my house divination, and then people in the community have like their the like the kings and the whatever, they had their divination because kings got divined for back in those times. The higher up in society, you had divination. So bottom line, and that means that you had a priest come and tell you what was going to happen or what the Odu of what was happening is. Now, divination, please make no mistake, is not the same thing as soothsaying or telling a person it'll tell you the energy behind something, but it's not about like being a predictory thing about the future that you to or something like on that level. It will tell you what you need to do. It's a diagnostic tool to tell me, okay, listen, something might be coming up, and this is what you probably need to do to like for instance, if you go to the doctor might say, listen, looks right here, like you have a cancer. Here's medicine to either stave it off, or you might need to do something to like fix it. These are the Odu Ifa is a diagnostic tool. It is not a tool of trying to predict future events. What it is a diagnostic tool of your current situation, and based on that, it reads the person in that situation at that moment, and then it tells you, okay, this is what's happening, this is what triggered that, and this is how you fix it. So that's it. So a doctor can't tell you that you're going to die from cancer in the future. What it will tell you is that you have cancer. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that what people are misunderstanding is that they're thinking that the EFI system is a sorcery tool that is going to tell you, you listen, 10 years down the line, you're going to be a millionaire. That's not what EFI is. EFI is, all right, when I read you right now, this is what your current situation is, and this could lead to this. So this is what you have to do to not run into a problem. You know,
That's
But it didn't work. But according to you, because it didn't work. I mean, look at it. We're now in.
No, you're not listening. No, you're not listening.
I am listening.
No, you're not, because if you were,
No,
it's
because
not
it's
going to
obvious.
predict the
And
outcome.
I'm
No, listen.
Then
If I
what's the
tell
point of
you,
you
listen,
listening?
listen. If I tell you you have cancer, right?
Uh-huh.
All right. If I say, listen, you have cancer, right? It's up to you to do something to stop cancer.
Then why aren't they doing anything? Would they have? If you have this power,
Because we're
of
human
the
beings.
ancestor-
Because we're still human beings.
No, the thing
You
is that
understand?
with
No,
divination,
you're missing it. You're
Hold
missing
on,
it.
let me
If I
tell
I
you.
tell
think
a
I think
person,
I think the
Y'all have to-
misunderstanding comes. It's not a power. It's not a magic. It's not a magic power. You're looking at it in the wrong way. You should be looking at it as a systematic tool of probability.
It's not a tool, because the thing is, if it was such a tool, people over there in Nigeria wouldn't be suffering right now. If it was such a tool,
It's not a genie in the bottle. It's not a power.
no, it's nothing. It's
no, hold on.
nothing.
When you go to the doctor and the doctor tells you that you have high blood pressure, okay? Does that cure your high blood pressure, or
No.
do you now? Okay,
You're
so
not-
that is
that's actually a very poor. That's very poor.
Listen
The
to
doctor
me.
isn't making the doctor isn't communing
No.
with spirits. He's not communing.
No,
with the spirits. The
we're not
doctor
committing
doesn't
to
have
spirits
spirits.
either. You are missing it.
No,
You're not
no,
listening.
I'm not.
Listen.
I'm not
Stop.
listening.
You're talking over me. Listen.
No, I'm not.
All that EFA is a diagnostic tool.
It's
So if
talking
I
to spirits.
listen, stop. If I go into an MRI machine and it finds a lump, that is not me. It's up to you after that. You know that there's a lump in your
You're
breast.
comparing that
Stop.
to
Stop interrupting me.
that's
Let me finish my sentence. Okay, all EFI is, imagine an MRI that scans your body. It says these are the issues going on, right? That's all EFI does. EFI says this is the issue, this is the issue, this is the issue. That's it. EFI does not
that's
intercede
not
for
the
you.
same thing. I'm sorry. I have to really
Okay,
cut
all
you
right.
off.
I'm gonna let you go ahead and talk
Let me
because
explain to
you
you why
asked me.
it's
Listen,
not.
you asked me to come here and to explain what the EFI system is, but then
I
you're interrupting me in my explanation.
I'm
So
not
you
interrupting
explain what
you. I'm telling
you
you.
are. You're stopping me from explaining what I'm trying, what EFI is, and I'm trying to explain it to you. You're interrupting me. So go ahead. You said you
I'm
would
not
explain.
interrupting you. I'm trying to let you know, and I'm gonna give you a check-in. Thank you, Naga, for being patient. I was giving you a second, but the thing is that when you're saying things, I have to jump in because you have to understand when you're comparing what the physicians are doing. Physicians, when they bring out the machines, when they bring out an MRI, they're not communing with the spirit, they're not communing with whatever these energies. They're actually looking at the toxicity, the toxo, like for instance, toxoplasmosis. They actually are looking for bacterium. They're actually looking at your white blood cell count. They're actually looking at your red blood cell count. They're actually looking at infections. They're actually looking at things that are actually causing. They're not making now, they're not God, of course. But the thing is that when you start to, like, for instance, if you cut yourself and you bleed, you know to apply pressure to stop that, and you know to put something on it to, stitches in it to heal it. It's not anything that they're guessing. This is actually a medical procedure that they're doing. What you're talking about is sitting down and somebody talking to you and telling you, hey, if you do this, they're supposed to be communing with these spirits, and these spirits are supposed to come back and they're
See,
supposed to
that's the
tell you.
problem. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're 100% wrong.
So how does
Everything that you're saying is wrong. See,
let me
that's
ask
the
you a
problem.
question then.
No,
Since I'm wrong, can you please,
hold on.
I'm gonna
No,
give you the
no, no,
floor. I
listen.
want you to answer my question. If
Okay.
I'm wrong, then tell me, how does the Orishas or the whoever priest come up with the information to tell you which way to turn left or which way to turn right? How do they get this
There is
information?
no spirit. Listen. It's like it's so crazy if you actually look into it. It's so fucking it's so simple, right? So there is a prayer that's done, right? Through that prayer, a thing is open. Something happens, right? A number comes up. That number equals an Odu. That Odu equals a story. That story equals the diagnosis. So it's almost like a computer that you are. There is no spirit. There's a spirit. Oh, okay. We're all surrounded by spirit. But really, what it boils down to is I throw the Apuele. This comes up. This is the thing. That equals this. This equals that. It's a probability. It's math. It's mathematics.
Yeah.
There is no spirit involved. That's the part that you're missing. Is that this is as close to a MRI or a computer that you could ever think of. This is like computer math probability database. Like that's all it is. There is no thing telling me that, oh, listen, you're sick. No, there's no voice saying, oh,
Yeah, like
well,
when you do it, sis, it's not you're not communicating with spirits, right? You're not communicating with dead people or anything like that. Like earlier, we told you when they was talking about the stories, I was telling you these are fundamental forces in the universe, negative, positive.
Okay, is a
Push.
force a spirit or not? I mean, I get
Okay.
it, guys. I get it. You guys say there is no you. I don't feel, and like I said, I'm gonna let the brother Naga speak. He just came up, but since you're not being real with the people, according to your own religion, Ifa, you guys have to commune with the spirits to be able to get the ancestors, whoever you want to, whatever you want to call them. You have to commune with them. You have to say a prayer. You have to do some type of ritual to be able to get these forces, these energies, whatever you want to classify them as, for them to even contact you. And then that spirit possesses that person, and then that person will come out and they will tell you whatever they feel like they want to tell you. And this is exactly why we went into captivity, because we know that in Ezekiel 21 and 21, it says, for the king of Babylon stood at the parting of the way at the head of the two ways to use divination. He made his arrows bright. He consulted with images, and he took in the liver. And it says here in Acts 16:16, it says, and it came to pass as we went to prayer, a certain damsel possessed with the spirit of divination met us, which brought her masters much gain by soothsaying.
All right, so there's different levels of I would say divination. Ifa is not on that level of divination.
Okay, well, I got
this.
You.
Ifa, hold on. Ifa is based on numbers. It's based on probability and based on Odu, right?
Okay.
So there's 256 major Odu.
Which are
16 minor Odu, right?
Which are
okay. So what happened? It's not a spirit. What are you talking about?
So an Adun is not a spirit.
It's not.
No, so it's the equivalent of saying book, chapter, verse. Like, and that's what she keeps trying to tell you is these every number is a verse, a book, a chapter, and when the numbers pop up, they tell that the stories, the parables, is what you go by. It's the wisdom.
Do you know anything about like software engineering?
If you was going through something in your life, right, you would pick up the Bible, right, and you would go to a specific chapter and verse that would speak specifically to what you're going through. It's the exact same thing, only it's done to a different
because there is a spirit that's connected to the Bible, and that is the Most High, and that's His spirit. So I have to consult with that spirit.
Listen.
The thing that you keep talking about the Bible, you keep comparing. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Let's stop talking about the Bible. Don't ever bring up the Bible on
no,
Ifa
the thing is that you guys, we know that you're bringing up. You have to consult with images or a spirit or something to be able to get this power.
The only thing that you do is that you say a prayer to your head. You say a prayer to your ancestors.
Why do you need
you
to
say
pray?
a prayer about.
That's
all you do. So if I say, so you're, say it again.
How do they hear this prayer?
When you pray, how does your God hear your prayer?
That's what I'm saying. I have a God. Mine is spiritual. You keep trying to separate it from the spirit.
That's because without the understanding. Hold on, sis.
Being honest. Why do I need a priest for? Why do I need a God? Why do you need anything? What you're saying to me is that pretty much all I got to do is just flip a coin, and if it says heads or tails, then I go left.
That's divination. You know what that actually is? Hold on, that is one of the. Hold on, stop interrupting me. Listen, that is actually divination. Yes or no? That's why. Hold on, stop interrupting me. Listen, do you know that that's divination when an umpire or when a person, whatever that person goes out? Why is he dressed in black and white? Expansion versus contraction. He uses a coin. He brings it up, and then he hits heads or tails. You're the one that starts the show. That is divination.
But the thing is that there's supposed to be something to control that for you.
You don't understand.
Why do we need a priest for?
It's a matter of odds versus even. Do you know that when you go to the casino and you play the slot machine, you're doing divination?
Since you got to answer her question, the reason why come they need priests is because
people need to get away from the Bible, which is organized.
The reason why they need
you're talking about a chance.
The reason why, to answer your question, the reason why you need priests is because it's 256 Odu. It's very complex, right? So without being initiated into the system, you don't really know what you're dealing with. So you need someone who is adept in the system of reading the diagnostics, right? To read the diagnostics, you need somebody.
Stop. Listen, don't doctors have to go through school and
I'm just saying, like,
and go through and get a bachelor's degree What is a bachelor's degree? What is a master's degree? What is a
Oh my gosh, you're comparing
no,
something
stop.
to
You're it's the exact same thing.
No,
See, here's
it's
the thing.
not.
No,
If you
before
really
there
believe
were
that-
doctors, there were
There are
priests.
different levels of initiation.
Before there were
No.
doctors, there were priests. We didn't always have doctors. We didn't always have
Okay, thank
surgeons.
you. Thank
No,
you.
listen,
Go ahead and move
I
on to
want you to
Nada.
understand. Listen, can you bring this up real quick? Show my screen right quick.
Hold on
Okay?
one second. I got King Naga. I want him to speak really quick. King Naga, you've been patient. Thank you so much. Can you come on and say what you wanted to say?
No, I just want to add that they're right. It is different levels of initiation, and me being from New Orleans is like I know voodoo survived because it was easily synchronized with the Bible, with the church. You know what I'm saying? So it's like shout out to both of them.
It's synchronized with the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah, it was easy to synchronize. That's how it
I
survived.
can't really hear you. You got a lot going on in your background.
Yeah, that's my baby. That's why I muted out my baby in the background.
You're fine. I understand. Okay, we got Scamshan. Scamshan. How you say your name?
Scam Shan.
Okay, what's going on, Scamshan? How can I help you today?
I look at it. You asking some excellent questions, but I'm right in the middle of both of y'all, because if there is the so-called beginning of so-called creation by any being or any God, why do we always go back to the beginning? Because if the God existed then, or whoever it was that created everything, that same being or God should exist in modern times. So why don't we work backwards from now to prove what happened then?
Well, that's what we're doing. That's what a lot of us are out here teaching. We're out here teaching the lost sheep are missing history. We're going back into the Bible. The Bible, believe it or not, is the preserved history of the Hebrew.
Do you know at one point you weren't even allowed to read the Bible? It was a book of it was actually a book that was not even. It was actually forbidden to read the Bible.
And I don't know I don't know where that was, because we are the ones that wrote it. So we can't. You can't say something is forbidden when we're the ones that wrote it.
Forbidden book at some point. It was a forbidden book. It was
no, it was never forbidden. No, can you provide it? It was never forbidden. The book is a preserved text for us to have. It's our preserved history. The Most High said he was going to discontinue us from our history, but what he did was, being a loving God, is he preserved our history within the Bible, because we are the ones who don't have our history. So what he did was he preserved it. And guess what? It's all in the Bible. And the thing is that this so-called divination is what's caused us to go into captivity. The Bible strictly forbids us from doing divination. That's why the people over there, even with this divination, they're failing miserably over there in Yoruba, because it's not working. You're talking about a game of chance here. You're talking about flipping a coin. If I turn left, if I turn right, how is that anything of power? All that is making the Most High more and more mad at us and causing us to go more and more into captivity. Because
hey, listen, I'm gonna say this is that if I would like to explain it further, but if I'm going to be interrupted throughout the entire time that I'm having this discussion.
No, that's not true. I've allowed you to play your video.
No, because that was not the entire thing that I was trying to do. Hold on.
That's not true. You said that you wanted to have a debate and conversation with me. You're on a debate channel.
No. Listen, hold on. Now, if this is the debate that we're having, I didn't know we were having the debate. I thought we were having a discussion. I called you.
I gave you a message. I said that I was going to bring you on. I said I'm going to be asking you.
Okay, questions. So can you bring up this real quick, because you're saying it's all based on chance. You're talking about something you don't even understand what you're even talking about, but you're interrupting me halfway through everything.
You want to share it, then go right ahead and share it, because I did let you know that I will be asking questions.
So all right, so please do. I don't mind you asking questions. All right, so this is the Odu. All right, 256 major signs of the Odu. These are the ways that when a priest throws their opwele, how it could land. Right, there's 256 ways. Right now, the Odu, which is the scripture is a oral tradition that is started when a child that is meant to be a babalawo, right? They begin learning that at birth. They actually are they live in a place, and then they are taught from that from a certain age, a child on up, right? So this is how immense this literal library is, right? It takes 4 days to actually sing all of the verses of the Odu. On June 25th of every year, if you go into Nigeria, you will hear a child less than 12 years old that have been raised up as a priest that someday will become a babalawo sing all of the Odu. It takes them 4 days. Okay? Now, the babalawo, when he throws his opwele, and say if you sit in front of them, like I said, the Odu is in song format. This is in song format, right? So just like you have, like, anyone that knows, if you ever actually think of you as a child, how many like songs that you probably learned as a child, right? And all those songs you probably learned as a child had like a lesson to them, right? You like like, you know what I'm saying? Nursery rhymes and this type of thing, you know. What happens is that as a child you are brought up to learn all of these Odu. And then by the time you become a babalawo, you have mastered in remembering all of the thousands of Odu. So when a client comes to you and then you throw the opwele, right? A number comes out, or a combination of either this. So what I would say is this type of thing. I'm zooming in so you can see it a little better, because it's kind of like hard to like see. I'm trying to like go in. It's not letting me like go too deeper into this, but it's showing like these strikes, right? 2 1 2 1. Now this is the same code, binary code, that it takes for computer code, right? So this is actually like a binary system, right? So the binary system, based on what the number that comes out is, equals out to a verse in the Odu. Now, this is memorized from childhood, right? So if it comes out Ejiogbe, right? This person has memorized all probably like 250 verses of Ejiogbe. Just like the Bible, if you turn to chapter Kings 12, chapter 12, whatever, there are probably like over 300 verses of that chapter, right? So what happens is in E5, rather than being written down as a book, it's memorized in song form. So you go to a priest and you say, okay, what are the signs? What's going on in my life? They throw 3 different signs. Those 3 signs equals what's going on in your life, what the current situation is, what the remedy is, and then what to do afterwards. It's not about the future. It's about how do you fix your current situation, whatever it is. This is not fortune telling. It's not seeing into the future. It's not soothsaying. That is the difference between when people say, well, how come you can't tell me why we're not in a better place? Well, it's an individual thing about individual characteristic fixing. This is then, as an individual, if you are living your shit right and everybody lives their shit right, then as a community, we all come together, right? We can all like work it out. But you know what? In some situations, people don't do what they supposed to do. So all it is that you have people, they get told, hey, listen, don't do this, don't do that, whatever it is. Well, guess what? The individual, if you have like everybody doing what they supposed to do and one person ain't doing what they supposed to do, guess what? That can fuck the whole community up.
Okay, you don't have to use all that language, but
sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry. I forget but that could mess the whole community up, right? So you're saying, well, why didn't we get out of Africa with this? Well, guess what? This is an individual. It's really individualistic. It's about solving an individual's problems. Okay, if you're having a psychological situation, if you're having you don't go to a doctor and say, well, if the doctor knew everything that was going on, how come we're all not healed of cancer? Well, guess what? The doctor is healing a person, one person at a time. You can't tell me that, oh, okay, this doctor knows everything about medicine, and how come everybody's not healed? Well, no, because it's an individual solution. It's not community like that. Now they do have readings for the community that will let you know what's going on and how to fix it. But if the community don't do what it's meant to do, then it's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? They do have like readings every year that tell you what's about to go down. But if everybody don't take heed to it, because people are individuals, they're gonna
I got it. Okay, so I've allowed you to speak for a while. So it sounds like to me, because looking at the research that I've gathered on this talking point, and I see you came in, Silent K. Just give me a second. I'm gonna let you come in. I'm gonna speak. All of this sounds like to me, like you keep comparing it to a physician, but physicians are pretty much studying human beings, have been studying human beings for over 200 years. And pretty much what they do is they look at a pattern of behavior, and they pretty much,
that's all Ifa is.
You won't let me speak. It is not what Ifa is, because the thing is that you say they can't heal, but they can heal you based off of what somebody else has already previously gone through. If they test you and they come back and say you have the flu or you have you have pneumonia, they'll prescribe you with some form of antibiotic, because they've already tested you and they found out that you tested positive because you have been found with some form of bacteria, if it's a bacteria infection.
Same thing happens in the Ifa reading.
I don't know why you keep cutting me off. That is not the same.
No, because you're telling me it's
I don't know why. Okay,
you're telling me that that's not what's happening, and this is what's happening.
Come on now, Genesis. I allowed you to speak.
Okay, I'll be quiet. I'm sorry.
Let you show your slides, and I'm letting you know that what you're saying is not the same thing as what a physician is doing. They're not doing everything based off of chance. What you're saying is that when somebody walks up to a Risha and they sing this song, and then after they sing this song, they just automatically just tell you, because of how they feel, what's getting ready to happen. That makes, if people want to believe that, they have the right to believe that, but that's not truly all that it is, because we do know that these Orishas are consulting spirits. And it says it right here when I looked into it. Right here, it says, one second, let me pull it up, because I'm going to share my screen with everybody to see. One second. Now it says here they use invocations and tools. It says priests may use tools like an iroki, divination tapper, to call upon spirits, and a go-go bell to signal the beginning of ceremonies to invoke and protect the space. Is that true?
I don't know what the hell. Excuse me. I don't know what the agoki is. I don't know what that is.
Well, maybe I'm not saying it right. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about, because that's what it says.
And are you talking about Ifa? Are you talking about like another like African spirituality?
No, I'm talking about Ifa. Can you see my screen? Let me see.
Yeah, that's different forms of Ifa. And like when you describe it as a doctor, you need to describe it more as a psychologist more than a mechanized medicine doctor. It should be attributing it to psychology versus
no, that's not true, because listen, in Ifa they can diagnose illness.
Well, psychologist is a doctor, so
a babalawo can tell you if you have stomach problems, if you're having heart problems. When you get a reading, they will tell you, hey, you are having an issue with this part of your body.
Do you see
it's
it here?
Not just about like spirit. It's about your body. It's like you're having this mental illness, mental problem.
All right,
You're having
so
this
right
body
here,
problem. Everything.
okay, but right here it says priests may use tools like the, I don't know how to say it, it's IROKE, which is a divination tapper to call upon spirits. Right there. Is this true? Have you ever seen this? Iroke, a divination tapper. Have you guys heard of that?
Can you look it up and so I can see what it looks like? Because I don't know what that is. I've never heard of it.
So you're not familiar with this. So it says the Ephah, the priest recites verses from the 256 Adus, which you said, right? Which contains messages from ancestors. Right? It says the
okay, I know what that is. Okay, all right. So let me break that down. Okay. All right, I can break the whole thing down with the Iroke. Okay. So what happens is that okay, the Odu, all right, you have a round thing, a round flat plate, and that represents the womb. Okay. The Iroke is symbolic of a penis, right? And so what happens is that when they're doing their prayers, they will tap that Iroke on there. And then what they'll do is after they're done doing everything, they will throw the Okwele. And then the Okwele, it tells you what the Odu is. So all that is symbolizing birth, like sex and birth. So what they're doing is because all the Odu is that what birthed this situation.
But there are contacting spirits though, and the thing is that
there's no spirit. What is the Odu is what birthed the spirit.
So that's what the tapper is for, is to get the spirit.
Just because you read something on the on Google does not mean that it knows what it's talking about.
I don't need to read anything on Google. What I did was I just showcased to people that this Iroke is utilized to contact the spirits. We all know that you need, if you want to call it a spirit, if you want to call it an energy, if you want to call it a force, the thing is that you want to call it.
So what spirit is it saying that the Iroke is contacting?
It's telling you, the thing is that you have to be able to contact.
Because you're telling me about what my religion is saying, but you're saying the Iroke is contacting. What spirit is that?
I'm telling you that you guys are based off of spirit. You have to utilize spirits to be able to get. Sorry, my son came here. You guys have to utilize some. You talk about a doctor, but a doctor is utilizing something to be able to make a diagnosis with. He has to do a form of test. He has to look and see your white blood cell count to see if your white blood cell count is up high. That means that you have an infection. Okay, so we have a source to figure out why you're feeling the way that you're feeling, why your eyes are.
What did they do before they had these machines to do that though? What did they do? This is what they did. This is what they did before they had MRI machines. They had divination, and divination told you divination is the diagnostic tool.
Yeah, divination is contacting spirits to come out to what
we would both have to have the same definition of spirit, because you keep saying spirit, but like to me, when you say spirit, you're talking about electromagnetic frequency. You're talking about the frequency.
When she says spirit to me, it means like it's people. When you were saying spirit, it means like
she got to be talking about frequencies, because frequencies is what
define spirit. What spirit means to you, and maybe that's what we're having.
Like you got to define those things, because if you say spirit and we have a different definition of what spirit is, then we might not be saying the same thing.
We don't have a different definition. The definition of
so what is spirit to you? Because it's an electromagnetic phenomenon to me. Okay. Do you agree that the spirit is an electromagnetic phenomenon?
It doesn't matter what you want to call it. A spirit comes from.
You say it don't matter.
No, a disembodied spirit comes from what we would consider to be a demonic entity.
See what I'm saying?
So let me get this right. So you're saying a disembodied, you're talking about a disembodied spirit. So how do you know
that means a person that might be living on the earth
spirit is disembodied? How would you know that?
How do I know? Because of
Yeah.
text, because of all my research that I have done. How does a immortal being
Once again, we're going
hold
into
on,
a people, a
hold on,
person.
a mortal
That is
being,
not what Ifa is doing. It's
no,
wrong.
this is what you're missing. An immortal being mixing with a mortal being, creating life. It creates a spirit, and that spirit, it still lives on, but the body dies. That's what created it. It was a mortal being with a mortal being, created life, and that body dies,
Wrong.
but
So
that
that
spirit
is
lives
wrong.
on.
That,
No,
so
that
in
is
Ifa, that
it's
is
like,
wrong.
no.
That
it
is
might
not
not
what
be,
Ifa is doing.
it might not
Ifa is
be
not
wrong.
contacting a spirit.
It
No,
might not be
Ifa
wrong
doesn't have an
according to her
explanation.
understanding. I'm
Just
trying to
because
understand
just
how
because
she
no,
understands spirit.
I have a very good understanding. And the thing is that just like what the Bible says now, and at the beginning, man was giving all types of knowledge and stuff like that, but with all great powers. That's why when you say, I saw your video, you said, well, you had priests. Well, guess what? Everybody can't be a priest. And then there was things that the priest had to do. You had to have a certain bloodline. You have to be clean. His garment, all the way down to his hands, all the way down to the temple. Had to put a rope on him because if he died in there, because the thing is, you can't have no sin. It's a reason why you have to be chosen. Can't anybody just be a priest. Nobody's a priest. You have to be in the line of a Levite to be a priest. The thing is that a lot of these people are consulting spirits. They no longer wanting to get on their hands and knees to pray to the Most High. They wanted to go around that and try to do a shortcut and go to these fallen angels.
Exactly.
You're going to a fallen angel who failed you, because guess what? The angel is not going to work for you. He's going to work against you. Because why? Because we're not supposed to do that. The Bible actually gives a very good explanation as to why the people over there in Yoruba are not doing very well. It's because they're not following the laws,
Over
statutes,
there
and
in Yoruba,
commandments
and
of
I
the
don't.
Most High.
Exactly.
But
So,
I
do
got
you have an example of a people who has followed and they're doing just fine? They don't have no.
Israel is over there getting fucked up right now.
Excuse me, you're with the language again.
I'm sorry, my bad.
I just want to
No,
know if you have
there
an
is
example of a
Those people
people
over there in
that
Israel,
has
not our
followed the
people.
law, right?
No, there is
They
nobody
they
besides
have done everything the Most High have said, right? They don't see death, they don't see pestilence, they don't see famine, they don't see no type of hardship. Can you give us an example of those people?
Their only person is Christ. You know, we had Enoch who
Okay,
went
so
straight
if the
up.
only example of what you're talking about is a man who died, a man who got killed and murdered, right? They murdered this man. That's the only person.
He did not.
Put thorns around his head and everything, and made him die a terrible death. Oh my
He
God!
laid his life. You're not telling the story. You're not telling the narrative right. He laid his life down. Can't nobody take. Can't nobody take his life. Can't nobody do nothing to
They
him. He
did when they stabbed him
voluntarily
in his
gave
side.
his
Since
life.
they beat his ass and then they shanked
He
him.
had to go through. You know why? He died for our sins, because the wages of sin
He
is
died
death.
because they shanked him.
Look, your religion failed you because it couldn't even let you know that these simple-minded people.
Are you denying that Jesus died from a spirit to the side? You saying that's not what happened?
Yes,
So if somebody if you took a Roman spirit to the side right now, could you survive that?
He did not just die from a spear to the side. That was the
They
finishing.
pierced him in the side with a Roman spear. Do I got to show you a picture of a Roman spear?
Do you even know that what they show you is not even what they had? You try to make like these people were so primitive. But my thing is, you got to understand.
I'm just saying, if anybody stabbed you with a spear, you're not going to be in good condition, especially if you are raised up with your arms above your head and in this crucifix position, and someone stabbed you in your side, you're going to bleed to death. That's physics.
I'm trying to understand why we're talking about Jesus and you're Israelite.
I'm
following Torah. No, you should be like about Torah, not
the Bible
says exactly what it says.
The only example of a person that they saying that followed these laws met an untimely death by his own enemy. That's all I'm
There's
saying.
no untimely death. You got that. That's why you're in this. That's why you over here playing heads and tails with your life, and you got all these so-called white people came in and
What
told
make
you
you
a
think I
dream.
do all that?
Because
I
my
don't like.
thing is that that's not even true. That's not even the story. That's not even the narrative. Christ, Christ did. He
So
laid
how
the
did
know you.
Jesus pass on? How did he pass on? Tell me what the story is. I want to know what the real
the
story is. That's not
narrative
the
is the narrative is that we need to understand. All you gotta do is just pick up the Bible and read it. But I'm trying to understand this Ephi right quick. But go ahead, Gideon. I
But
see you
no,
didn't
we
click
were talking
on
about like that about
Gideon. 1 second.
Jesus' death and how
Yeah,
he
I'm talking
died for.
about Gideon. This show
Shalom, shalom.
if you need
What's
to
going
educate
on,
yourself,
sister?
just read the book of Matthew. But what's going on? How can I help you tonight?
Nah, well, first I just want to give all praises to the Most High in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Shalom to everybody that's talking. And yeah, I was just listening. Interesting conversation. I heard the gentleman who was speaking earlier. He was posing a question. Uh, whose father? What was that question you asked again about the law?
I don't know
Okay,
who
yeah.
you talking to.
It was the last guy that was talking.
Oh,
It
okay,
seemed
yeah.
like
I don't know what you referring to.
you were saying who's following the law or who's not doing the law. You were saying something like
Oh
that.
well,
You asked the question.
yeah. To say like, okay, these people are in these conditions because they didn't follow the law. These people are in these conditions because they didn't follow the law. And I'm saying, so do we have any example of a people who have followed the law and they're reaping all of the benefits from actually following the law? And it came out that the only person who has done that is a man named Yeshua or whatever y'all call him, and he was beat to death, beat half to death, hung on a stick, and stabbed in his side and bled to death on a cross. And I'm saying, like, that's what happened to the dude that was perfect and that was following the laws of the Most High, and he followed the
According to the
shit.
Bible.
I'm just saying.
Right. Well, you would
That was
have
his
to
son. That
understand
was his son.
right. You would have to understand the covenants to understand how we as a nation look at Yahshua. But as far as history goes, he definitely was a real person that was crucified, and he definitely
That wasn't a
died. But
question whether he was crucified. The
Yeah,
question
we didn't
is
even
that
bring up.
we
Nobody ever
didn't
challenged
question
if he
his
was real or
crucifixion.
not.
We're saying that if you're gonna like ask us a question about why are y'all Yoruba people all effed up and whatever, then well, why are y'all effed up when y'all believe in Jesus and Jesus died for your sins and y'all whatever? So and
right.
If you don't know why you know why, and the fact that you're playing like you don't know why is very sad, and you're very that's why I don't like about people who are the so-called these soothsayers, these people up here, because you know exactly why. You know that we had the laws, Deuteronomy 28
wow.
Like, since
go
you just
around.
called it,
You need to be
That's crazy to invite someone onto your thing and call them a suit.
you gonna call me a soothsayer?
Now, what I would say as far as regards to Ifa, uh, it's been around several hundred years at least.
Thousands of
But
years, not hundreds,
right,
thousands.
right. But
Yeah.
it's I'm actually looking into it right now if it actually didn't spring from the Israelite practice of the ephod, the Urim and the Thummim, because that was our system of divination, yay or nay, the binary system. So we definitely see Israelite culture, people, and practices in West, South, Central, and East Africa. So, I'm trying to I'm just looking at that. But you say thousands of years. Again, that's not documented, and there's no people that can present any type of evidence. I'm talking about the indigenous people that practice Ifa that can show it. All they can go actually the first kingdom or the first city was actually documented to exist somewhere between the 11th and 16th centuries. So that's why I say a lot of these African cultures, tribes, and peoples, they come from a parent group, and that parent group, a lot of those come from Israelite people, from what I've gathered. So
Here's the thing: I'm not even going to argue with you on that. I would say that could be true, but what I will say is that at the end of the day, that when it comes down to it, it was an oral tradition that came before written documents and everything that was orally passed down. So you don't know how long this thing was orally passed down. So you can't say, well, there's no written thing, so that negates the fact that they existed before that. So
right, like you say, we don't know. And I would go to the lens to say that when we look at it structurally, the religions that we see, like voodoo, and when we look at the Ifa with the Orishas, and we look at the Loas and other African religions, it's basically based on the same principle that we see with the Levitical priesthood. But again, this was the priesthood that existed before all priesthoods. Speaking of the priesthood of the Most High God, which was entrusted to Melchizedek. That was before any African religion. The scholar Drusillus Dungens Houston speak to the fact that the Africans all practice one deity. But this is the problem. It corrupted and branched off into not only man worship, turning men into gods, but celestial worship of entities. So when we see things like Shango, or we see things like Sekhmet, all those are wicked apparitions trying to be what the Most High truly is. Like Naphtali was saying, the priesthood is a sacred thing. It comes from being anointed by the Most High God. These priesthoods that we see that contains all these different priests and these priestly elements are how can we say the minds of men. So when you go to an Ifa priest of Babylon, or you go to a voodoo priestess, they're prescribing to you what they think is good, because the places that they're going for their divination is not the creator.
They cannot tell you what they think is good, because there is actual Odu, and the Odu has the prescription. So it's almost, listen, a doctor can't tell you what they think. It's when a person has a cold, you give them this. There is no what I think. This is the medicine for the problem. And so here's the thing, is that a lot of times when people are talking about Ifa, they're not understanding that this was the diagnostic thing that people used to diagnose illness at the time.
So, like, if we read this right here, so since you put up here, are Ifa's soothsayers. See, the problem with that is etymology, right? The word soothsayer means truth sayer. It's talking about people who speak about divine truth. You understand what I'm saying? So, hello.
Oh no, I can hear you.
I can hear you. Yes, I know exactly what
Okay.
I know what a soothsayer is. It's a person that's like a fortune teller. It's a person that's
It's
not a
fortune
Before you
teller.
jump
If I could
This
add
was
on
the
for a second,
ancient African.
before you jump
This
it,
was
before
the
you jump
ancient
into the
African
Judeo,
science before there were doctors.
if you
before
knew
before
that,
you
why are
jump
you
in,
offended? If you
before
knew
you
what
jump into the
if you knew
Judeo-Christian, before you jump into the Judeo-Christian understanding of what a soothsayer is, first you got to understand that the word itself comes from Middle English and it means truth sayer. So whatever connotation, hold
I
on,
know.
whatever connotations that other people put on the word soothsayer is neither here nor there. But when it's talking about soothsaying, truth sayers, right, which is truth saying,
I
right? They're
know.
talking about divine wisdom, and that divine wisdom come from Olodumare, which is what we told you is the supreme creator in the beginning. So they're not talking to spirits. That's the divine creator communicating through its creation. And then I heard the other guy said that y'all don't worship things in the heavens and celestial things, but yet in your book it says Yahweh is talking about Yah God is a son, and it says Sesmes. The Hebrew word is Sesmes, which means son, which is actually a Middle Eastern god, Sasmash, which means son. It's a sun god. So don't when you come in there trying to demonize other people's stuff, and then we start digging into
you're really misspeaking. And the thing is that I
That's
know what
Sumerian. That's Babylonian.
exactly. He's going into Babylonian, and the thing is that, and he's
well, so are you disagreeing that Abrahamic cult? Are you saying Abrahamic cults are not tied off into Babylonian worship?
That's why they went into captivity, because they kept mixing in with that's what the whole Bible is about, is the fact that the Israelites weren't following the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High and kept going on with the Babylonians. That's why you see with the people over there in Africa, we do see them still
Yoruba
doing
is not Babylonian.
Hold on, it is Babylonian. We do see them. Okay, we do see them, still carrying on traditions that we know that the Shemitic people had, the characteristics of the Shemitic people, but they're also mixing in Babylonian practices. Why are they doing that? Because that's what the whole Bible keeps talking about.
How do you separate Babylonian practices from ancient African practices?
How do you separate it? It's by looking at the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High.
Okay, so are you saying that the cultural practices of ancient African people is somehow encrypted in the statute, the laws and commandments of the Most High?
Yes, they if you look at a lot of the customs of a lot of them,
that's a fact.
With their women, the way they marry off their daughters, you know what I'm saying? The customary.
Okay, so this is my point, right?
Who is this talking? So I know who talking.
You said you can't differentiate.
Who this is? If I may ask, who this is speaking?
Laurel Burns.
Okay, go ahead.
You can't differentiate their culture from any of the other cultures that come from that area, because one, we not there, and we honestly don't live that culture right now. We don't live that culture, and they're not living that culture right now in Babylon, in that place. But we do know this for a fact: the people in Africa are still practicing what they've been practicing for thousands of years, and it has not changed. I'm not saying that as an absolute statement, but you can go to Africa right now and see millions of people still practicing things that they've been practicing for thousands of years. Now, when we go to the place that y'all talking about, we only see the practices that's been going on for the past 1,500 years?
What are you talking about? The
past few hundred years, right? So I'm just saying.
Let's be literal. What practices are you talking about that's been going on for thousands of years? Name one.
Exactly. Don't even say Ephah. No, that's not even true.
The use of song, dance, porn, libations, the burying of the dead, the using. Hold on, I'm not done about the practices that these Africans be doing. Y'all wanted to know? It's a long list, and I can keep going.
Go ahead.
Name them names.
No. Healing.
This is my point. If I say what is African culture, you cannot readily define what exactly African culture is, because Africa is the most diverse place on earth. So when it comes to culture, come here, cuz.
Name that ancient African spirituality. What is that?
When it comes to culture, Africa. Look, right now, Africa has
there are several
2,500 different nationalities.
Exactly. They got 3,000 cultures, over 2,000 different languages, but you label yours as African spirituality, but you're only listing Yoruba as one. but you're labeling as
No,
if
no,
it's
that's because that is what I practice. I can't like talk to the
But
Akan
I'm
and the
talking to the
Malians
brown
and all
person.
the other ones. I can't tell you
No,
about that.
you're
The
calling
Only
Tower
thing
of
I tell you
Babel
about
is
what's going.
Africa.
the guy just cut himself because you call it African spirituality, but then you say that there's over 3,000 tribes and then there's 2,000 different
Exactly.
languages, but you labeling what you're saying, this
Backwards.
little small group of Yorubans, as if that's all of Africa, which is not.
No one's
And
saying that it was
I'm
all of
saying,
Africa.
but
What are
isn't
you
that
saying?
ultimately the
That's what
same thing that
Morel was
y'all
saying.
doing when y'all try to group all these people together? Say all of us was
I
doing
don't
the
group
Most
all
High.
of them together.
Okay, so when I asked you a specific question, right? I asked you a specific question. I asked you, how do you differentiate the cultures of Babylon, Middle East, North Africa, all of those things? How do you differentiate ancient African culture from these people culture when Africa has some of the oldest
Name that ancient culture that you're talking about.
They have some of the longest continuity of culture. So with that being said, we can see that that culture goes back almost to
all them countries in Africa got their name like 50 years ago. Name them names that you're talking about ancient.
Why are they speaking in French? Why is Nigeria?
That's all new. You asking about stuff that's new.
Africa is a new
They got
place, bro.
colonialized.
That's
They
not
got
even that old. Like that's
Why are
new.
you
That's
speaking
all
in
stuff that's new.
Why are you speaking in American English?
They don't know what's going on either.
America's ancient.
You can sit up here and talk about
Since
these people.
that's all new stuff. Why they're speaking French?
Country, they don't even speak their own language. They're not.
Nope.
They don't. Nigeria.
And neither do you. You're not speaking your own language.
I'm speaking my own language.
You're not speaking your language.
From America.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I know.
Okay. So you're from America. Y'all spoke English. Hold on. If you go all the way back to America in the early whatever hundreds, y'all
This
spoke
out of America theory right here.
You spoke English? You spoke English?
Hell yeah.
English?
Yep.
You speak
Let the man in the high
my grandma, their grandma, all them. They didn't speak no African language.
I'm not respecting that. You're speaking in absolutes as if these people have had their
No. You have this guy, man in the high castle, even though he comes from my channel, and he likes to rev things up.
Hold on.
Shit.
There's no need to
So what's wrong with that?
I keep telling you with the cursing, there's no need to. We got families and children watching my show.
Exactly. No cussing.
Language. The thing is, like I said,
that ain't priestly.
People have started in the southern portion of Africa. They did not start in the southern portion of Africa. They did not begin in Africa. They did not start in Africa. They traveled down.
Did they start from America?
More than likely.
Hold on. Did they start from America? Because that's what this guy's over here talking about. Hold on. Stop. Queen Napoli. The man in the high castle, he's up here trying to say that everything started in America. So is he going to divert the conversation into America? Everything started in America talk when you're saying everything started in over here.
What I'm talking
no, what I'm saying is that this is who you got on your panel right now.
That's fine.
Right. So I don't want to have a conversation when I have someone interjecting and saying little words, and his whole thing is about saying that we all came from. So let's have the we all came from America conversation. Did we all come from America?
People who
hey, just like the sea turtle, just like when the sea turtle clutches their eggs, and the mama goes to the ocean, and the hatchlings, when they open up, what do? They go straight to the ocean. How come y'all Africans keep on going over to America? How come y'all flee from your country, go across the Atlantic Ocean?
For the same
just because where it's all started at.
So now we have a person that listen. So you have a person that every time we're saying something, he's trying to like get his leg in to say something. But his whole ideology is that everything came from America and everything started from America and whatever. So I want to, if we're gonna like say this, what conversation are we having here? I'm not trying to have two conversations. One about
he's been removed. He's been gone. Okay, now, like I was saying to you, Laurel.
Now let's get back into what we were talking about because that was getting crazy.
Laurel just said that these people have had their their history has been preserved when they have been scattered, enslaved. Before the transatlantic slave trade, there was the sub-Saharan the transatlantic slave trade and the sub-Saharan slave trade. So there's two different slaveries, plus they're Ethiopians as well as the Somalians had the East African slave trade. So the thing is that these people have been scattered and shuffled around a whole lot within their history. So they don't too much know. Stop banking on them as if they have this continuous line of lineage when they don't know. Like right now, like I said, Nigeria is named after a white woman. They speak French, they speak Dutch, they speak Portuguese. Over there I was in Gambia. They speak English in Gambia, but right next to it, they speak Wolof, which they barely are even speaking that.
Here's the thing, though.
And
Here's
French.
the thing. I want to
So
get
they
back
don't even
to.
speak their own language. How you doing, Simon?
I want to bring things back to homeostasis, though. But
How you doing? I'm from the UK, so I could bring a little perspective to this.
You're from the UK. Okay, so where are you from in Africa?
I'm not from Africa in general.
But people tend were you a part of the slave trade in the UK, or what's your background?
No, it's not that straightforward, and that's why I found this conversation interesting, because it's not that straightforward.
Okay, why don't you share some insight?
Because from a commercial point of sense, what you've been taught, what you've been educated with, what you've learned in school is that inherently black people come from Africa, but that's not the case, and that's never been the case. I mean, you got to go through anthropology and actually look at things, but that's where it is.
I agree.
I don't want to stomp. I don't want to stomp on anybody's foot. You know what I'm saying? I was listening to the conversation.
Where do you say Where do you say so-called blacks and Africans originated from?
Blacks come from everywhere. So do white people. It's not sort of like a thing.
But what is your origin story?
My origin story, personally, or are you talking in general?
I'm talking about where do you believe life began? The first people, the first whatever. What do you believe?
I mean, there's historic facts that will lay down that womankind originated from Africa, but that's not to say that we didn't inherently spread all over the world and take up different territories and become different people in different indigenous tribes in different countries. That's a misdemeanor. You can't really go, okay, it's A and B or black or white.
Do you take the biblical narrative, or do you take the so-called scientific narrative?
I study, so I understand the biblical narrative, but
so do you accept that as your creation story, or do you believe that humans evolved from apes?
I'll pose this question to you. Do you read? Do you believe in every book you read? Because that's where it is.
Well, this is what I do. Is my Bible. The Bible is my foundation, and anything else I take and I
but okay, which Bible?
Which Bible?
Mm-hmm.
The Bible.
There's multiple Bibles.
No, there's actually the King James, and then there's the Ethiopian Bible, which is the oldest complete Bible. Yes.
There's multiple Bibles. There's not two.
No, yes, there are many Bibles, but the thing is that the Most High preserved His word within the King James.
Yeah, but that's what I'm talking about.
Why would the Most High preserve His thing within the King James, who also wrote demonology? So how would you preserve your Bible with a person that also wrote the thing about demons? So here's the thing.
No, he didn't. I don't know where you got that from.
He wrote demonology. King James wrote the book Demonology.
He was debunking. You got that wrong.
Queen.
Debunking demonology.
King
That's
James.
where you got that wrong. He was debunking demonology. You got that wrong. You got
King James was a dictator. Okay,
he was not.
Well, I'm telling you, I live in the UK. I live in the country that King James.
And they control your knowledge. I don't even know. You don't even have a solid foundation. So I strongly believe. I know what you believe. You believe that you.
No, I don't. It's not a belief. I'm just telling you what I've studied.
If you were teaching, do you have children?
Of course I do. I was married.
Excuse me 1 second. Let me ask this question. If your son or your daughter said, "How did we come on this earth?" What are you gonna tell them?
You're gonna find out.
No, you're gonna tell them that they evolved from an ape.
No, what?
Yes, you are.
What the hell are you
You
talking
think
about?
it's funny? You think it's funny that you believe
I
in
don't think it's
evolution?
funny at all, but you're telling me what I'm gonna tell my children, and I just told you I'm gonna tell my children.
What
And
you gonna? Okay, so you're gonna let the school tell them then. Let the teachers teach them then.
look,
Because that's
Queen,
what they're gonna teach you.
I understand that you have strong belief systems, and that's cool.
No, I don't have belief systems. I have a very strong understanding, and I'm very, very wise and very knowledgeable when it comes to
And that's fine. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong
Thank you
with
so
that.
much. I do, but
I'm
you're
just saying.
you
Can
don't
you
want
share my
nobody
screen real quick?
You don't want nobody to hold on. I got somebody that just hit the link. How you doing? What's your name? Fundy Fee? Okay. Fundy.
I appreciate you having me up here. You know what I'm saying?
Fundi.
No worries.
You can just
Fundi.
call me Fee though.
Hey, how you doing, Fee? How are you doing? How can I help you today?
I appreciate you having me up here because it's a really interesting conversation.
Can you share my screen real quick?
No, let Fody say something because I think she was trying to say something. But I think she went on mute because the dog was barking.
But I'll still share your screen. But while I'm sharing it, I want her to say something. You know, give her a chance to speak. Oh, let me take this off really quick. I apologize. Oh, is this your stuff up here? Okay, good. That's you. Okay, awesome. Whenever you're ready, Fundy, can you speak, or you want to give? You need a second.
Oh no. Checkmate. Chill out. For real.
You want to talk too?
Pretty much. First, how is everybody tonight?
Doing lovely. How about yourself?
Fabulous.
Blessed and fluffy, baby. Blessed and fluffy. First, sis, I just want to inform you, and pick it up, lay it down, don't mess with it, put dirt on top of it, do what you like. But I just want to inform you in particular that the oldest running Christianity is in Ethiopia. The oldest version of the Bible that has never been translated. It is in the exact words that it was written in when it was originally written. That is also in Ethiopia.
Yes, I agree with that. I said that.
Well, I could.
Are you telling that to me or are you telling that to them?
I'm just saying in general, it's a contradiction. You can't say the oldest written Bible in Ethiopia was written in English. That's a contradiction.
Nobody said it was written in English. It was written in Giaz.
Right. I didn't say it was written in English.
I just want to read this, right?
I know what you're saying. You're right there. You're right. You're exactly right. That is true. It's written the Aksumite Empire came in and they linked to Solomon. And they all migrated into Africa. Yes, they did. Yes.
I just want to read this. It says the Ethiopian Bible, known for being the most complete and oldest, was not written by a single person, but translated into Giaz language from Greek and other languages by early Christian monks. Hold on. Right? So if it was translated into Giaz from Greek, what does that mean to you?
That's
means what I said.
I'll tell you what it means. It's a contradiction. So how can Greeks go? When did Greeks go to Ethiopia?
This says somewhere around the 4th or 6th century.
That they didn't understand the language.
It says around the 4th or 6th century, brother.
That's not true. I'm gonna go ahead and let me educate you on that.
Please
That's fine. I got you. Let me go ahead and talk to you about that because what you have here is a lot of white supremacy going on. But the thing is that the Aksumite Empire are the ones who actually came up with the Giaz language. They didn't even know what that language was for them to even say, and it's older. So I don't know why you want to use. I mean, my thing is that if you want to believe that, just like how you want to believe the narrative that these colonizers just came in and just influenced African people to just get rid of every single thing that they thought of and just follow them because they said so, then I mean, you give the so-called white man so much.
No, I just
Hold
think
on,
you,
I actually did a video on why on a Somalian video and why we're not Hamites.
yeah, but
I
who shot
actually
that
break.
video?
I'm sorry.
Who shot that video?
I did this video. It's called "Why
You
We're
went
Not."
over to you. Have you been to Ethiopia?
If you give me a second, let me finish what I'm saying. I just did a video where it says why Somalians say they're not black. They're actually Cushites. Say who are the Hamites in the Bible. I actually break down very thoroughly about the Aksumite Empire, how they translate, and I utilize actual sources. I just didn't utilize Google. I actually utilized tons of information that you can take your time if you really care to find out. And I break all of this down in that video. It's called "Why Somalians Say They're Not
Yeah,
Black."
I mean, the question I asked you is, have you actually been to Ethiopia?
No, I've been to Gambia.
Right. So my ex-wife was from Uganda. Okay, I spent
Mm-hmm.
quite a lot of time over there. I was with her for 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So she was adjacent to Ethiopia, and she told me a lot about what she lived like and what her life was like and her predecessors. So I don't get my sources from Google. I don't get my sources from no internet. Like, I might go to the library. I'm certainly not getting it from Chat GDP or
But the thing
AI
is, you understand that the Ethiopians do not consider themselves to be Africans, correct?
because Africa is not a country; it's a continent. So
No, Ethiopians actually enslaved the Bantus in Africa.
did you hear what I just said, girl?
Are you Bantu?
Wait, why? Listen, hold on. How can we have a conversation?
Oh no, the brother came on. He's talking to me about the Ethiopians. The Ethiopians enslaved the Bantus
You're not listening.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do?
What that has to do with it is the fact that the Ethiopians are taking the name of taking credit for the Ethiopian
You're
Bible
talking
when they're
about
Cushites and they're
tribes,
not
girl.
Shemites.
Like, look, I'm telling
The
you. Look.
Ethiopians are Cushites. They're not Shemites, and they enslaved the
Yeah, that's right.
Bantu.
That's right. You're not wrong.
And they separate themselves from us.
You're
and
right.
what they
You're
did
not wrong.
was
You're
the
not
Axumites.
wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. The
Right.
So
Axumites.
I'm sharing my screen again.
Here's a question: aren't you a Hebrew Israelite? And
Hold
why
on,
are you going into the?
y'all gotta slow it down, right? Y'all gotta slow it down. She said that it was the Aksumite Empire, but the Aksumite Empire is from the 1st and 10th century, and the Christianity did come into the 4th century.
That's
So
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
so I'm
Why
saying.
put it together?
So this is what I'm saying. They're saying that Christianity didn't come into the Aksumite Empire into the 4th century. What I just read to you told you that they had translated that into Gas from Greek in what century? Do you remember?
So much to learn. What do you keep talking about? Christianity has nothing to do with the children of the Jews.
Queen, you need to calm
We're
down.
the Israelites.
Listen for a second.
Christianity
I'm telling you, like,
from
Well, then why are you talking about the New Testament then? Jesus. Why'd you bring Jesus into the conversation? If you're an Israelite.
The whole point of me bringing that up is because remember when I told you, I said the Bible is Greco-Roman. And you said, no, it's not. Yes, it is.
Why do you want to keep giving them everything for?
I'm not giving them nothing, but that's their invention. They created the Bible. They created the Bible. I'm not saying they created the Torah. I'm not saying that they created the Tanakh. I'm saying that when you use the word Bible, that's a Greco-Roman invention.
Guess what? That is not a Greco-Roman invention. The Romans were pagan. The Greeks were pagan. for a very, very long
Yeah,
time.
but they converted to Constantine.
Before the Romans existed, the Jews were always there. The Israelites.
You know,
they
Queen,
always followed Christ
go
died.
from-
So was King James a pagan? Was King James a pagan?
Wait. Can we stay on one thing at a time? Like you go from one thing to another real
Nobody's
quick.
going from one thing to another. You guys
You
really
are
need to be
jumping
taught.
from Egypt.
No, I'm
to
not.
the beginning, from Ethiopia to the
everything
Romans,
has to do with the
Greece.
Israelites.
Like
You guys
wow,
keep talking
it's
about
like
Christianity.
to the Israelites. Like
the
yo,
Israelites
that's a
are
lot.
before Christianity. Okay, whatever this so-called Christianity, the Israelites
I'm gonna stay with you because I think this is
you
important.
need to stay with me because you need to be taught. The Israelites predate Christianity. I know you think it's funny because maybe you're
I
not
don't
even.
think it's funny at
You're
all.
probably a Somalian. But my thing is like I said.
Okay.
Are you a Cushite?
So why the Israelites ain't got their own book?
Jesus
why the Israelites ain't got their own book? Why the Christians got their own book, but the Israelites ain't got their own book?
This is actually the 3,000 years. This is what I'm saying to you. The Israelites do have a book. The Christians came in. It's the Ethiopian Bible is ours.
There's no
the Ethiopian Bible came into Ethiopia in the 4th century. I just read it to you.
The Aksumite Empire.
The Aksumite Empire got Christianity in the 4th century. I already read that.
You're not listening. Let's speak. Just be quiet. I don't want to be rude to you. I want you to listen. Listen to what I'm saying to you. With the Israelites created the Ethiopians. The Israelites went into Ethiopia, right? They were there.
When?
They formed the Aksumite Empire, 1st century. Listen, okay, you know what? I'm gonna have to mute you because I'm trying to talk now. You guys are being rude. I'm trying to tell you. The Aksumite Empire were the Israelites. They came in and they ruled for a very long time. They're the ones that came up with Gieds. They're the ones that wrote the Bible. Guess what happened? They started to trade with the Romans and they started to take on the customs and the cultures of the ways of the Romans. And then they became what? Christianized, which is pretty much Babylonian because Catholic Church is Babylonian.
I would have to look into
Catholicism is Babylonian. It has nothing to do with the Bible. If you really want to get technical, Easter, Christmas has nothing to do with the Most High.
Yeah, but you know,
Can we get back to African spirituality because we're not working this right?
Because I'm kicking y'all. Because I'm kicking. No, because the thing is, like I said, the Ethiopians came in and they enslaved the Aksumite people, and they enslaved them. And they took their heritage away from them, and then they scattered us, they ran down south into what? Kenya. They ran into what? Tanzania, and they're still, and you know this, Simon, the Bantu are still oppressed. Where? In Ethiopia, in Kenya, and in Tanzania. They're still oppressed there. They separate themselves from the Bantu. They say, I'm Somalian Bantu. The Somalians have to tell you that they're not Bantu. And guess who are the Bantu?
I know that. That's for real.
All right then. Guess who are the Bantu? The Bantus are the ones that link to the E1B1A. The E1B1B is what the Somalians.
I get that part.
I know you get it. The Somalians are E1B1B. The Ethiopians are E1B1B. And the Egyptians are E1B1B, but guess what? The Bantu are E1B1A, and they link to the Aksumites, and they link to the children of Israel because the Aksumites link to who? Solomon. So don't play with me. I know.
I get where you're coming from, but
because you talk to them. You know, are you Bantu?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know you know.
I'm letting you know all of that. That shit.
Babe, you've been speaking for.
Why you letting them listen to me, my brother Laurel? You know. Listen, the brother Simon knows this. He was in Ethiopia. He knows how the Ethiopians treated the Bantu. He knows that they separate themselves, and if he's not Bantu, then that means that he's Cushite. You know you Cushite. You know your people kept their heritage.
Africa has a lot of xenophobia.
No, they're not. It has nothing to do with xenophobia.
Queen,
it's
calm
the fact
down,
that they're Cushite.
Jesus Christ.
Aren't
Queen.
you guys Cushites? Aren't
Queen.
you guys Cushites?
Can you calm down for a sec, please?
Go ahead.
We all Cushites.
No, we're not Cushites. They are Cushites.
Yo, Queen, can we just discuss what you've been speaking about? Because
Please,
it's important.
let's discuss it. Go ahead.
Okay, right. I get you're passionate, but we all have our own opinions and views and forms about what we've experienced. Okay, you know what I mean? I'm not saying you're wrong at all. You know, I'm actually enlightened by actually speaking to you. It's very, you know, appreciative. You know, and I appreciate you having me up here, just speaking to your platform. And there's a bunch of people that I guess that ain't even spoken. But I'm just saying, like, it takes it's a lot. It's a lot to go through, you know. So if I have my opinion, it's just my opinion. I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but it's a discussion, right?
But Simon, listen to me. With you being you're not giving me your background. You want to withhold that from me. I don't know why.
I'm not withholding nothing.
Are you from Africa? Are your family?
I said no.
You're not from the UK. Stop it. You're from where? What's your tribe? You know it.
Well, I'm an Indian slave, so
you're Indian.
That's why Indian slave.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, exactly. That's why.
No, you're being too vague. No, you're being too vague. I know that the Indians had slaves.
I'm an Indian slave. Look, just listen for a second, Judge. Jesus.
Are you from the city?
I'm an Indian slave from St. Lucia. Get that?
No,
I don't. That's because it's not commercial. That's what I'm saying to you.
Hold on, no, I'm familiar with Are you saying the people from India enslaved you? Is that what you're saying?
No, the white people.
He's Caribbean, and he came to St. Lucia from the Indian slave people.
That's why it's called the West Indies.
No.
You don't get that shit?
Please don't curse.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to deal with you, brother. You're talking about the transatlantic slave trade.
He's Caribbean.
That's fine. He needs to just say that.
I'm from St. Lucia.
Then why do I have to fight with you so badly? So you're from St. Lucia.
Well, I don't see it as fighting. I just see it as you're saying
I'm having to dig. I just want you to tell me where you're from.
Right. I'm trying to tell you. Like,
so you're from St. Lucia. So your family originated. So you're saying that you're part of
the Indian slave trade.
Okay. So the people of India took you and your family. Is that what you're saying? How did you end up in the UK?
During the slave trade, people were taken from all parts of the world. It wasn't just Africa or the Americas or England. It was all over the world. It was white people, it was black people, it was half-caste people, you know, people from everywhere.
The word slave comes from the Slavics. I'm very aware of that. Slave comes from the Slavics. Your point?
He's saying that he was a black man in India that got sent down to St. Lucia, and now he's a slave. He was a Caribbean.
Okay, but you're
Indian descent. Hold on, he's a black Indian descent. So a black Indian brought down into the Caribbean is what? A Indo.
A nigga.
Like an Asian, Asiatic.
We like to say Naga, but you know that's why it's Naga World Order.
And then the French took over the island.
No, we can't accept everybody. We can't accept everybody. Some people are like with the Australian.
No, but hold on, we cannot pretend that not black people in India. Hold on, let's talk about like the wideness of where Africans. Not all Africans that got in the slave trade were only from Africa. You had Africans from India that were brought into the Caribbean. So all he's saying is that his family was in India and they were brought into the Caribbean.
Africans.
That's also, I believe,
they're from Africa. Then they're from Africa. Then India is India.
Africa's Africa.
East Africa. The East African.
Okay, yeah, of course. People migrated up to India from
the East African slave trade was the Ethiopians as well as the Somalians were trading slaves with people in India. I'm very aware of that. So he very well could be Bantu. is what I'm saying to him, because the East African slave trade, which is
So
not talked about, is which was ran by the Somalians, and it was ran by the
look at my skin
Ethiopians.
tone. Look at my skin tone. I'm
What
not
does
from
that mean?
Ethiopia because it means something to me.
No, it doesn't mean that you're from Ethiopia. What
I
I'm
know
saying,
Ethiopians, bro. Like at the end of the day, I'm not from Ethiopia. I'm telling you.
you're not listening to me. What I said to
I am
you.
totally
He's saying
listening.
he's from India. So imagine a person from India that got sent down to St. Lucia. He's Indian. He's not fucking. Sorry, my language. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know why people have to use bad language.
No. You know, I was in the military, so it just be
It's
rolling off my
provocation.
thing.
You get what I'm saying?
It's not bad use more F words
He
than the
is. Hold on, sorry. He is from India. He's not from Africa. He is an Indo black person that got sent down to.
So when I hear about the West Indies, I heard that, I've been hearing that. I have to admit, I'm not very familiar with the West
They didn't
Indies.
call it the West Africa. They called it the West Indians.
I'm very aware of West Indies, but I'm not very familiar with.
So there are some people that got like black people that were taken from India into Caribbean. You know?
No, they're not. They're not black.
So he's not black because he came from India into
black. Black is a political.
What is black? What the term is black? See, here's the thing.
Black means you're dark. It means you're dark in relation to Europeans.
No, it does not. There's something called
black means you're dead. That means you're cut off dead in law. That's what black means. It means you're cut off dead in law.
There are black people in India, like
and it means you're dark compared to Europeans.
No, it does not. Just because you're melanated,
that is from India that got brought to the West Indies.
Just because you're melanated doesn't mean that you're You are a so-called Negro. There's something called a Negro.
No one said nothing
What are we
about
talking about? Like, what are we doing
That's
here?
what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a Negro. Sub-Saharan Africans are Negroes. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a Negro.
Why? Okay, all right. So you know what? This conversation has gotten completely off the original subject of African spirituality.
You bring guests on, and that's what tends to happen. I guests are coming on, and he's talking to me about people. My thing is that there's something called a Negro, and just like there's a Negro, there is also.
What does Negro mean? What does Negro mean?
A sub-Saharan African.
No, it does not.
Negro means black. That's what Negro
no,
means.
Go look up the meaning. Go look up. No, what are you talking about, Naphtali? Like, listen, I have so much respect for you. I do not pretend like you don't know what the word Negro means.
You don't have to worry about it. A Negro. I'll give it to you right here.
Negro does not mean sub-Saharan African. Like, what are you talking about? That's crazy.
It means black. Just look it up in the dictionary.
And there are black people all around the world. There were black people all around the world.
All around the world? No.
What?
No. Here it is.
So that explains that when I try to explain to you in depth African, you know, listen. No, I don't. But I'm gonna say this. Listen, if you don't think that black people were traversing the entire globe, and
the entire globe,
that they traveled around the world. If you don't think they were only like landlocked to like that part of Africa, that's crazy. So to me, if you really think that Africans only were in Africa on that continent and they didn't actually go around the world. And were had ships and traveled to different countries and in America, different land masses. That's interesting, but it makes a lot of sense why you couldn't understand
the etymology online. I'm sharing my screen. I don't have to make anything up. Okay, it tells you a Negro is a black-skinned race of Africa. There you go. It tells you that they're from Africa.
Well, wait a sec. That's written by a white person. Like
that's where the terminology came from. It tells you a Negro is from Africa. Huh?
No. If you actually look up the word Negro,
I did.
The meaning. Well, this ain't a definition.
Yes, it is. It's the etymology.
No. This is an explanation from a white person.
No, it's the etymology. Where did the classification originate from? It originated from the white people. What are you talking about?
What you want to Google is who invented the word Negro. That's
they tell you right there. It came from the Spanish and the Portuguese.
Look,
Can you see what it says?
look up the word who invented the word Negro.
No.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, if it's Spanish or
It
Portuguese,
don't matter.
the bottom
No,
line is that
does
okay?
matter.
A black
It does
bottom line
matter.
is black
Yes, it
African
says right
ancestors.
there,
So
it's
here's
black.
the thing. All right,
Black
so
people
here's
are Negroes, and Negroes are from Africa. That's where they're from. Now, everybody not
okay.
a
So if
Negro.
a person is in India,
They're
that
not a
means they
Negro.
possibly migrated from Africa into India.
Well,
You have
I
the
think
Asiatic that are
humans,
black, and then all this other stuff, and then
just be
they
everybody
also
on the
then they got
planet
shipped
Earth.
from.
No,
They
let
got
me tell
they
you
got
something.
they migrated over here, got shipped
All
over there from
skin
over
folk,
there.
all skin folk and kinfolk. Let's
All
start
right,
there. Like I said, the
let's dig a little.
So are we going into like if you
Well,
were
just
if you
because they
migrated?
black or just because they niggas don't mean we claim them niggas or them blacks is all blacks or all niggas.
Yeah,
Like
but
we
that's why I
just
said
saying they
let's
black.
dig a little
But
deeper.
hold on, you guys. Hold on,
If you're a
y'all.
product of a slave trade and you have dark skin, you are fucking black.
All right, I don't know who's that. Who is that talking with the?
Hold on 1 second. I'm saying, what about the people in the Sentinel Islands? That's right outside of India. There are very, very dark black.
Why does everybody who has everybody on the when you guys listen to all the so-called science, they tell you everybody on the planet was originally melanated.
Right.
That
So
does
therefore,
not,
that means we
doesn't mean that
migrated.
there's different differences in the phenotype and the differences of people. Okay, just because you're melanated.
Have you heard of the people that live on the outside of India in the island called the Sentinel Islands?
That's fine.
And they're black people, right? So they have no cut on them. Hold on, they have no cut on them, but they say they came from Africa. Like certain aspects.
If they came from Africa, then they are.
Right. So would you say that they are? So here's the thing, like this, the Hebrew.
They say everybody came out of Africa, so you can't use that. And they say everybody came out of Africa. That's not
okay.
But that's not what science say they come from, though.
Science gets it wrong. The truth is that there is a certain group of people that are picked and chosen to go into slavery. They know who we are. We have a certain phenotype, and we have a certain characteristic.
That's like the chosen people.
Wait a minute.
I'm talking about the history of so-called Negroes. And the thing is, even the Somalians and the Somalians, the non-Bantu Kenyans, as well as the Ethiopians, know to separate themselves from us. Why do they know?
All right. So
the Ethiopians are separate from the Israelites. Here we go. So this whole thing about hold on. When you think this is separation of the Israelites from the Ethiopians.
You don't even have to be Israelite. You can just talk about. You don't even have to utilize the term
Negroes.
The term Bantu. They call them
Bantu. So the Bantus.
Yes, the Bantu
are chosen people. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
the Negroes get they start with the Spanish.
So the chosen folks are the Bantu
when we get
people.
The first Negro is with Spaniard people, with Spanish people. There's no Negroes before the Spaniards. What are y'all talking about?
Hold on, let me share my screen with you really quick.
There was no people called Negroes.
Hold on. No, stop, guys.
I'm about to share something with you. Let me share this with you so you can see what I'm talking about. 1 second. So when I share this with you, you will see what I'm saying. Now, when you talk about the Bantu, God dang it. Push this here.
But hold on. She's saying the Bantu are the chosen people. And all the other aspects of Africa, like the Somalians and all the people surrounding it, were not the chosen ones, right?
There are so many continents in Africa.
Well, the thing is, I wish you guys would watch my video that I did on the Somalians. The Somalians would tell you that they're Kushites. They tell you Ethiopia is considered to be Kush. I know it's not a doubt, but I need to educate Genesis here. The Somalians, the Ethiopians, and all the rest of them would tell you that they're Kushites. They speak a Cushitic language.
Yeah, but you're going from left to south. Like,
but what does that? What does that? Okay, so what does that have to do with African spirits? Hold on, stop. No, listen, guys. All right, so what does that have to do?
Spirituality.
Yes,
Because the
let's
thing
go.
is that you got a lot of people coming in and influencing so-called African people and telling us that that's our culture when it's not.
Yeah, but I ask
Like
you,
I
Okay, so
told
hold
you.
on. Let me say this. All right, so
You
actually,
said what?
Yoruba culture is it will be considered Bantu culture, right?
Yes, because that's why
Is
they
it
keep
considered?
on doing stuff that's
Okay,
not.
so
They're
so
not supposed to be doing that.
yeah, but I ask
That's
you
why
this.
Israel went into
hold on. So you're saying, all right. So let's get back into what we're saying. So we have Bantu culture and we have a Yoruba culture, which is Bantu.
yes,
But the Yoruba Bantu culture has Ifa. You're
which
saying that they wasn't supposed to be doing their culture?
that's
Like, what are
according
we
to
saying?
that's not their culture. That's the law, statutes, and commandments said that do not practice divination. And guess what they're doing? That's why they
Based
went into
on
that
what? Like, do you know that divination is
based off
practiced
of the
throughout?
Bible.
Hold on,
Based
hold
off
on.
of the Bible.
Listen, hold on. Stop.
Bantus don't know
No,
nothing
do you
about no
understand
Bible.
that divination is practiced throughout Africa? Hold on.
Yes, and that's why
Divination
they're in
and
and
some
that's why they're in the situation that they're in. Right here it says Bantu speaking people are a diverse group of over 100 million people across Central, Eastern, and Southern Africa, classified by language rather than a single ethnic identity with origins in West Central Africa.
okay,
While
understood.
older
So you're
19th
saying
century, hold on, while older 19th century European anthropological literature sometimes labeled them as Negroid or Negro. So who do they label? The Negro or the Negroid or the Bantu. That's
okay,
who.
so now
But
we've
how does that
established that the
qualify anything
Bantu.
about what
What
Hold on,
that
benefits
stop.
them?
says,
No, sir.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
listen. If you're not talking about your Bantu, I want to go into this Bantu culture and the fact
Sure.
that Ifa is a ancient like version of like the Bantu culture prior to
Why is it
the
ancient?
Bible.
How you know it's ancient? They didn't start in
It was
Nigeria.
an oral tradition that existed
No,
prior to the Bible. It
no, it did
existed.
not. Ask the Igbo. The
All
Igbo
right.
will tell you why is there Igbo Jews then? What? Because the white man came to them and told them they were
No,
Jews.
because you
Yes.
have different cultures
Yes.
of people. Okay.
No, the Igbo.
The Igbo spiritual system is called Omanala. It dates back to between 3,000 and 4,005
Exactly.
Which
So
4,500
has
years.
nothing to do with any Hebraic
But
religions whatsoever.
who
So
says that?
do you feel like that the only
That is the
Wall
Igbo.
Street women,
So
what's
that's
up?
What's
stop
going on,
listen like
Ruben?
Queen Naphtali, do you think that
what's
the
going on, Wall
only
Street, bro?
religion that existed in the Bantu people was Hebrew? Hebrew Israelite religion of the Bible. Is that
No,
what
It
you're
didn't
saying?
exist at all.
it got removed from us because we started to follow the laws. We stopped
You
following the
don't
Most
you
High's
don't
laws.
just start to follow the laws, and that's not what just happened.
How old is the Hebrew Israelite religion?
I would argue the exact opposite. It was introduced to us, not taken away.
Why was
Yeah,
it
but you didn't
introduced?
just take it up and you didn't just give it away
Yeah.
at the same time within a certain period of time. You
It
can't say that.
replaced cultural
You can't
systems
say
that
that.
You
those
can't
people had
say
in
That's
play.
that.
that. That's what you're
Look,
saying.
you're looking at a
That's what you're
time. Look,
saying.
let me break this down, right? You're talking about a time where there was no TV,
That's the
no
same that.
radio, no communication. People were not even on horseback. There was no guns. There
He
was
was
no arms. There was no bows and arrows. You're talking about like
bows and
some type
arrows.
of age. There was
Wow.
nothing like
Really?
that.
Let these people
So
keep teaching you that.
people at that
Let
time and
these people
age were
keep
just
they
trying to
outside in mud huts too.
Can
look,
you
Queen.
let? Can you like
Queen,
allow? Come on now,
God,
listen. Come on,
God,
like
even
at this
the
stage,
have this
host
so
can't
much
be
white
interrupted
supremacy.
if
It's
we don't want
crazy.
everybody else to interrupt. Come on now, let's
No,
go.
because he's a white supremacist and it's crazy. These people teach you all this stuff, and you
No,
guys
no,
believe
he's not. He's
everything
just
they
telling the
say.
truth.
You outside in some bows and arrows. That's what they want you to believe, that people was outside in bows and arrows. They had no form of communication. What was they
That's
trying
not
to?
white supremacy. Listen,
That's what the
bows and arrows are
Yes, they
forms
didn't
of
have
like being
Wi-Fi.
able to protect yourself. But let's just cut
so
out
they
the
didn't
bows
have
and
any other things.
hold
His
on,
So they
point
stop,
was
didn't
they
have
guys,
didn't
stop,
have
stop,
radio.
stop.
They didn't have
Let's.
Wi-Fi.
I'm talking
That was
about
the
the
Listen.
point.
I
12th
really want to get
century.
down to the bottom of what our thought pattern is here. Okay, so
You
we're
got look.
saying
I'm just
They
saying,
had
that
like some
prior
plumbing.
to
some.
They had
stop. We're
plumbing. They
saying
had
that prior
3-story
to
buildings. They had skyscrapers. They had actual architectural
What?
details. I know it's
What?
so hard to believe. I know everything.
Skyscrapers.
I know it's just so hard.
Source that
I
up.
know. I know. Look at you. You so
Show me a Bantu skyscrapers. Sauce that up.
They
Come on,
ran
Queen. You're
into
playing. You must be
Africa.
playing around. Swear to God, you must
I
be
know.
playing
Look at you
around.
guys. It's
No,
so
they did have like Bantu structures, but they weren't
wow. That's so
skyscrapers.
It
sad.
was
Correct.
skyscrapers. It was on the
Structures are not
Yeah.
ground. It
That's
was on
skyscrapers.
the
so.
ground.
I can't believe you guys
I'm
really
dealing
believe
with what was
that.
said. Skyscrapers. That's a very
Yeah,
specific thing. I'm
I
not
know.
saying the Bantu didn't have
Yes,
structures.
you are. They
They
didn't
didn't
have
have
much. They
Hey,
just lived
skyscrapers.
outside.
That
I
was
get it.
crazy.
you think about home when you hear skyscraper
That
out,
was
out Wall Street.
But
crazy.
hold on, you guys. Listen,
I know.
stop.
I know.
Because I came up here to talk about African
That's
spirituality,
fine. You guys
and
really come here
this whole
talking.
thing got like kind of hijacked about
No, it
like,
didn't get hijacked. It's just showcasing me how much self hatred you guys really have. You don't really know any history. Only thing you know is that black people lived outside
The
and the
only
white
thing
men
you know
came
is
and conquered
AI
America.
conversations. Like at the end of the day, dig
Yeah,
into the
I got
You're
history
you.
trying
book.
to connect African spirituality to something that it's not connected to.
That's
Right?
fine.
What you're
Okay.
connecting African spirituality to was introduced
Okay.
to
Thank you.
populations of
I know.
Africa.
I know. It
That
was
wasn't
introduced. I
there.
know.
Commercialism.
I
And
know.
that's what
I
I
got
said in
you.
the
I
first
got you,
place.
brother. I got you. I got you. What you want to say, sis? Because I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this show up because
I
uh
wanted you to show me a
why you
Bantu
gonna wrap
Bible.
the show up? I mean,
because it's because you know it just shows me how much
Get a drink of water, girl.
destroyed our
I'm
people are
saying,
this
teach
bad.
me, sis. Can you show me a
I
Bantu
can't.
Bible?
I can't. I know. You don't want to
well,
learn.
if she
You
want to
don't
wrap the
want
show up, I'll like continue on my channel because
you
I really
can go ahead and
want to.
continue. Go
Drop the
ahead and
link.
continue.
I really want to continue. I would really want to have a conversation.
That's
I
fine.
don't want to
You got
argue. I want to like really understand.
I don't. I know because the thing is that
I'm not arguing,
you
sis.
guys, it's
What
not
I
even
said, I
about
know is
arguing.
fact.
It's just the fact is that you the fact is that you can't even believe that your people actually could develop and build structures. It's so
No, that's not
sad to
true.
me.
No one
Bantu
said
what?
that. I
The
was trying
Bantu
to
did
break
what?
down how
The
we
We
were
weren't
Bantu
building
did what?
skyscrapers.
The
I
Bantu
was
Nobody
trying
at
to
that
break that
time.
whole
nothing.
thing down based
Nobody
on
at
the
that time was building
Nobody
skyscrapers.
at that
stop
time.
it. No, listen.
Yeah,
I was trying to break down that whole
I
thing,
stand on that.
but it got
You
like
stand
kind
on
of
that.
cut off
Okay.
in the saying
No,
that
no,
even
Queen,
African
carry
spirituality.
on, Queen.
No,
Carry on, Queen.
it's just you know the only
But
person that was building stuff. The
you got a
only
whole
person that
panel
was
of
building stuff was
you
the
got a
white
whole
man, right?
panel of knowledge over here. You know what I'm
No, the
saying?
white
Like,
man was the one building everything, right?
no,
He's the
yo,
one that
Queen,
did everything, right?
No,
Queen,
Black people
you got
didn't
a
do
nobody's
whole
No
none
panel
of
one
arguing
of
that.
that,
said
knowledge
Queen.
that.
over here.
No one
We
said that.
built our own structures.
Yeah,
You applied
we
a
built
term
houses
like
out of cow dung.
skyscrapers,
That's what we did,
which
right?
is a
Wait a
19th,
sec.
20th century concept.
Is
That
it?
was not what was going on in Bantu societies. They were
Wow,
not
you
building
say that you
skyscrapers.
don't know. That's the
So
you
Look
don't
up
show me a
African
20
fractals. Look
story
up African
building
fractals.
built in a Bantu society. Show me one.
care.
A
You know what?
20-story building built in a Bantu society.
Right.
I
Yo,
know.
Queen,
I
If the
where'd you
know.
get
Bantu were building
I don't
where'd you
skyscrapers.
want
get
to
that?
show
Where'd you
you.
get that from?
I
Where'd you
don't
get
want
that
to.
from?
I don't
Where'd
want
you
to
get
show you.
where'd you
Because
get
I
that
want you
from?
to say. I want you to
From
say.
YouTube.
I want
YouTube
you.
made the earth flat
Wow,
and it made
YouTube.
black people believe they were Native Americans. All
So
of
what
this
was we?
comes
We
from
was apes
YouTube.
too, were we was apes too. We was apes too.
Oh
Wall
my
Street.
god.
We was apes too, right? We was walking. We was before we became bipedal. We was scooting on our knees and stuff. Is that what we was doing? We came from
No,
pigs.
that was
No,
never my
Naphtali,
argument.
Naphtali, like,
That
no,
was never
listen.
my
No, that's not
argument.
what we're
I
saying.
Hold
know.
on,
That's
so
not
she
what we're
was
saying
talking to
at
me.
all.
Hold on, hold on.
Hold on. The white man
And I'm
gave
gonna
us
keep it
our language too.
respectful.
Then
No,
the
sister,
white man gave us
that
our
was
language.
never my argument.
Hold on. The white man
And
gave
my
us our
argument
language
also
too, right?
wasn't that we weren't building our own type of
I know we weren't
structures.
building
My
nothing.
Now,
argument is
We
I would
did
when
say
nothing,
you
actually,
right?
say we
actually
were
the reverse
building
is
We didn't
true
have
on
no
that one.
skyscrapers,
language too,
you
right?
sound crazy.
I know we sound crazy. We had no language. We had nothing, right? We had nothing,
No,
correct?
that's no
No
one's
one
argument.
said that. No one
That is
said
no
that.
one's argument.
No.
We had very advanced religious
That
systems
is
such
a
as
We had
straw
Ifa,
man.
very advanced
but
That
you
is a
religion.
don't even
non
want to
sequitur.
believe that
No
we
one's
had
arguing that.
Ifa.
Wow.
Right.
Okay. You know what? Yes, we. You know what? I see another person. I'm gonna get ready to. Sadiq Rod, that you
Hold on,
haven't
but
given
before
one to
you
say.
drop, I'm just saying qualify the
I'm just
statement
listening, Queen.
you
Listening
made.
to taking it
If
all
you're
in.
saying we were
Appreciate you.
building skyscrapers in Bantu societies show it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we didn't have our own language. I'm not
Okay.
saying we weren't building things. I'm saying we weren't building skyscrapers, right? At the time when Bantu culture was probably at its height, nobody was building skyscrapers back then. That's what I'm standing on.
You
That
are
wasn't like
wrong.
it wasn't the style of building. It was not the style of building at that
Yes, it
time.
was. Be quiet. Listen to me. They
What?
were building. They have 3,000-year-old skyscrapers. You guys don't know the history of the Bantu. The
Show it to
Bantu did
us.
not
Teach us.
originate in Africa. They did not
I'm
originate
saying
in
source
Africa.
up though. Teach us.
Source up. I have a whole video. I have several videos.
Well, play
I
the
have
video.
several
Let's
videos
see the video.
on my channel called "Why Are Somalians Not Africans?" I break all of this down, and I have videos on the fact is that we had huge empires. We started off in the Mesopotamian region, and we ran down. We were ran out of that land, and then we were in what we would call present day Ethiopia, and the Ethiopians enslaved us, and our people ran for safety to the southern region of Africa. I bet
So
you
wait,
didn't
you
know
do realize
Ethiopia.
what's considered Ethiopia now didn't even encompass a tenth of what was considered Ethiopia at
Well, I'm
previous
talking
points,
about
right?
Ethiopia in the time of the East African slave trade.
So
It
today
was.
is Ethiopia. You
Yes,
talking
they
about that?
enslaved the Bantus. Yes, they did. And our people fled Ethiopia and ran down more southern into sub-Saharan Africa. We did not originate in sub-Saharan Africa. We originated in the Mesopotamian region, and we were in Ethiopia. We built the Aksumite Empire. Ethiopians came in and they conquered our people and they ran us out of there. And guess what? Are they still are beating and harming our people in Ethiopia right now.
Have you ever talked to any Africans, any Bantu people about this premise you have? Because
Premise.
I'm telling you, they'll tell you you're wrong.
My
They'll
premise?
tell you their people have been indigenous to certain areas they were in since time immemorial. They didn't all get ran out.
They
But
gonna
we're
tell you
dealing
that?
with Bantu skyscrapers.
Okay, so let me say this to you. In the Mesopotamian region where we are from, we had skyscrapers. That's where we're from. We're from the land of Israel. They had actual skyscrapers. Yes, they did.
We're from the land
Like
of
the bad.
Israel.
This is the contradictory factor. You know what I'm saying?
Now
Look,
I'm contradictory. I'm an Israelite.
Queen. Yeah, but you can't. You could be an Israelite, but don't mean you're from Israel.
Okay, now I'm not from Israel. You guys like to move the goalposts.
I didn't say you're not from Israel. I'm saying you could be an Israelite, but it doesn't mean you're from Israel.
Do you speak Hebrew?
I speak
like,
if we're
Queen,
claiming we're
you
from
spoke
Israel.
so. I've never heard so much sense in my whole life, but you jiggle and wiggle too much.
I know.
You know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
jiggle and wiggle. You're not even Negro. So won't you go back and be over there with your people?
But he's black though.
He's not black.
And you're talking about the
He's not
continent.
black. He's
But
not
I'm saying,
black.
how do you disqualify him when
He's
you're talking about the
melanated.
continent?
Do you know how insulting that is for you?
I'm asking you, how do you
That's
disqualify him when you're
of course.
talking about the
Disqualifying
continent
him.
that he's from?
Right.
He's
so
not from Africa. He told you he's not from Africa.
What? Okay. So what makes you Negro?
I just told you what makes you Negro. It says that anyone that's from the sub-Saharan region of Africa is a Negro.
All right. So you're not talking black. You're talking Negro.
No, a Negro is that's the terminology that Negroes took on recently.
Right. So
before we were
if you're
Negroes,
Negro, you're black, right?
Before we were black,
didn't like Indians come from like that part of Africa and then go over to like India?
He said he didn't come from Africa. He said he didn't come from Africa. I didn't say it. He said
Look,
it.
I get pulled up like any other person. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
based
you're
on my skin
validated.
color. Based on my skin color.
What
so
does that
wait a
mean?
sec. That means I'm part of a community.
Look at what they're doing
that
to
I
the
can't
Somalians.
escape from. I can't
Look at
escape from.
You're just like the Somalians in them.
Listen, I can agree to disagree, but I'm not saying I'm not calling you or this or that.
Somalians
anything
are not
else.
our people. So nor Somalians nor Ethiopians.
Well, that's your preference. You know
No,
what I'm
that's
saying?
not my preference. That's facts.
No, it's your preference because of
No,
what
it's
you've
not.
read and understood and been
They
educated
have a
on.
different gene. It's called genetics. It's called E1B1B. They don't share the same
Look,
genetics.
I come back to my same
Wait a
premise.
minute,
Have
wait
you
a minute,
been
wait
to
a minute,
Ethiopia?
wait a minute.
Have you
So
actually
if you-
been to Ethiopia?
Why
If
is
you
there
talking
something
about
called an
E1,
Ethiopian
B1,
Bantu?
that
Why
is
is there
West
something called an
Africa.
Ethiopian
Will,
Bantu?
give me a second. Have
Why
you
is there
actually
something
been
called
to
an
Ethiopia?
Ethiopian
Have you
Bantu?
actually Have you actually been to Ethiopia?
No, I've actually been to Gambia.
So where
but
you getting this stuff from? Where you getting it from?
I studied it and I looked at the
YouTube,
genetics.
I told you.
Wait a second.
No,
Listen.
I don't look at no YouTube. I look at actual genetics.
Look, I've been there. I've been there, and I'm telling you.
And you
I'm
see
not
how
saying you're
prejudiced
wrong.
they are from the Bantu, and
I'm
they
not
make
saying
sure
you're
they
wrong,
separate
but the
themselves from the
books-
Bantu.
the
They
books
say they're
you're
not
reading-
African.
the
An
books you're
Ethiopian
reading-
would tell you they're not African, right?
Yo, Queen, I'm being
That's
respectful.
fact.
No, I think that's more
Yes, they
Somalians
will.
that.
The Ethiopians
No,
will say that
Somali-
as a Somali as well.
Because
They
they're
they
not.
separate themselves
I agree
from
with
the
that.
Somalis.
bro.
There are
White
some
people wrote-
Somalians that are not African. They're
Stop blaming the
Arab.
white man for
Fact.
this. You
I would
guys
argue
But
the
hold on,
overwhelming
that is
majority
what
are.
does that have to do with African spirituality, though?
because a lot of what you call African spirituality belongs to Africans that are not black people.
Okay, but I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about
they
the,
Muslim though, sis.
I'm talking the
Most
Yoruba
of them
people. I'm
Muslim.
talking about the Yoruba people.
Africa has.
I'm talking the Yoruba people, and then every step I took, it was against that. So.
So Genesis, I don't understand how we get all the way to Egypt and all the way to Ethiopia when we're having that conversation, right?
Egypt's in Africa. No, she's
Like
got
African spirituality for the most part was based in West Africa. So I don't even understand how we get to Ethiopia
Well, there was
Somalia.
listen, there were some people that migrated from Egypt into Ile Ife. You had the people that was in Oyo. You had the people that was in Ile Ife.
Facts.
The people from Ile Ife came from Egypt. So that's where we get that from. But the thing is that when we actually go deeper into it, when we talked about the spirituality of it all, it's like, oh no, this is actually it's about Jesus and this, that, the other. It's like, well, hold on.
That's crazy.
No, that's
we're
not
trying to talk.
That's not our roots. That's not our story. The fact
See,
is,
so Jesus is the root, but not the West African understanding of that. That's not our roots. Even so, no matter what in Africa, is not the root. Only the only root could be.
Ifa is talking about heads or tails, and you miss. That's what Ifa is. So it's like
you have not done enough research to say that, bro. That's crazy.
It's like,
you
okay, you're going up to somebody and you putting your faith in someone you don't even know this person, and they can tell you whatever they want to tell you. And then
she still
But you
thinks
have to
that
understand,
Ifa
you're
is
connecting
about a
yourself
spirit.
to a cultural.
No, she thinks that Ifa is that you're going to like a tarot card reading.
These things
where,
you're going to
and that's the problem.
No.
These
She
things
thinks
are
that
still
Ifa
being
is about
practiced till this
tarot,
day.
like similar to tarot.
And that's
and
why
Ifa is not similar to tarot. No, Ifa is not similar to tarot.
Correct.
Tarot actually is a Hebrew Israelite thing that came from the Kabbalah.
Gematria.
So that is more closer to what you're talking about. But Ifa is a numerical system that is based on numbers and Odu. But I could never get to that point because you're interrupting me because you want to overtalk.
It interrupts you. Okay.
Because the whole time I'm trying to explain to you what
We've been on here for almost 3 hours, and I've allowed you to speak several.
No, you haven't. The whole time I've been trying to talk, you have been talking over me about what I'm trying to say.
That's pretty sad, sis, but that's fine. Okay, hey, what's going on for now? What's going on?
Hey, blessings to all of you, whatever y'all believe in.
That's pretty sad to say.
Hey, let me say a few things if y'all don't mind, right? I want to make a couple of comments, and I think everybody have a point. And I'm not going to say strong or weak, but I think in all our arguments, we all need a foundation. And I think we all probably can say that we all have something that we believe in. And a belief can be just a belief, or your belief needs to have facts. Whatever you believe in needs to have some form of a fact, right? Or some sort of evidence or something that you're learning from. Or it's something, it could be a person, or let's say person, place, or thing, something you're learning from. Of course, I'm a believer in the Bible. Like the brother opened up at the beginning of the show, he said, what Bible you believe in, right? And I understand what you're saying or overstand it. I would say to people who say African spirituality, You know, if that's what you want to believe in, that's fine. I have a few questions on both sides of the fence. I would just start on the latter because I'm a Bible believer. When you mention about spirituality, right? I will ask, what book do you believe? I mean, read, right? And if you do read a book, who wrote it and who are them people? Second question is what I open up with. Do you actually believe in something? And then I want to get a third part. It depends on what you answer.
I can answer that. Well, one, I believe in humanity. If that helps you, I believe in humanity. So I don't know, like as far as like what book, I don't follow a book. I follow the universe and science and physics.
But hold on, brother. I gotta stop you. When you say, hold on, brother, wait a minute, brother. When you say universe, and hold on, let's hear me out. I'm not trying to be combative. When you say universe and science, you didn't wake up as a baby using the word universe or science. You had to get it from somewhere, and obviously, universe and science, them words, right, come from a book. So when you say you follow the universe, let me finish. Let me land. When you say you follow the universe, that means the universe. Somebody told you what the universe is, its components, the science of it, and also science. So it has to come from somebody. Say I follow the universe and science. I mean, where did that come from? It has to come from man. He had to wrote it down. Can we agree to that?
It comes from the observation. It comes from physical observation.
From who?
Brother, it comes from physical observation that we can.
Brother, hold on, brother. Observation. Can you hold on, brother? Can you define the word, brother?
I'm trying to explain.
No, but you can't. I'm gonna tell you why you're not. I'm gonna tell you why. Because I'm trying to be. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. What I'm trying, brother. I'm gonna allow you to answer. But I cannot allow you to say, brother.
Calm down, bro. Calm down. He's just asking a question. Jesus Christ.
Let him answer the questions.
Wait. You're getting hyped, bro. Just calm down.
Brother, and right, don't get upset. Because I heard y'all going to the sister. Okay, this allowed me to no, this allowed me. I understand you. When you use the word observation, right? You from what and from whom?
Exactly. When you're dealing with science, when you're dealing with the universe, it comes from observation. You can actually see the sun. You can actually see the moon. You can actually touch the earth. You can actually interact with fields, right? So these things that you can do on your own, you can do in your own home. If you want to do every single experiment that has ever been conducted, you can do it to prove whether or not that is a real thing. That's the difference between science and religion. One, you can prove with empirical facts through observation, experimentation, and getting.
Brother, I'm gonna tell you what. I respect your answer. You're going a little further.
Let him finish his point. Why can't y'all let me explain their plan?
Because I understand. Because I get it. I understand what he's saying. I understand.
Hold on, guys, everybody.
But you too anxious. You so anxious. You so zealous about it.
I asked you about where you get the word science from.
Let me say something.
I asked you where you get the word science from.
Be quiet real quick. Let me be quiet.
No, you be quiet. I asked you where you get the word science from. Where did you get the word science from, brother? And universe. That was my question.
Could you mute him real quick?
Let us speak.
Because this is my show, right?
No, you never be able to mute me. I asked you where you get the word science and universe from.
Isn't this my show? You brought me on here. Let me just
science and universe.
Tyler, can you mute him real quick?
Science and universe. Where you get the words from?
Break things down real quick.
Asking some questions to he
no, Tyler, let me set the room real quick, because this is what happens. All right, when you don't have order, it becomes chaos. So let me tell you something. Listen, you ask someone to answer a question, but you have a interjection.
You filibustering. That's why.
Let them land their plane and finish their statement before you
All right, go ahead,
interject.
finish. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Detroit.
There's
Can
no
you set a
point.
limit?
We're adults here.
Can you set like a 1 minute limit or some shit like that?
Yeah, something, bro. Like we can't
like I said,
let's have 1 minute limit because
like I said with the cursing, I'm not gonna keep. I'm not going. Next person
let
is
Anu
first.
finish
I'm
his
going to
point,
have
though.
to.
Yeah, and baby girl done moved around, so I don't have that background though.
You get what I'm saying? Move along. 1 minute limit.
Okay, I'll give what I feel as though needs to be given. I don't need you to tell me, but you
saying,
can.
Queen, like,
if you want to go ahead, you can have the floor. He asked you.
So the main thing I'm saying is that okay, if Laurel Burns is making a statement, the guy doesn't need to interrupt halfway in the middle at the end of what he's saying. Let him reach the end of what he's saying, and then you come in and say, okay,
what was my question, sister? What was my question?
Baby, look, Detroit, just set a limit and go, look, 1 minute.
Sister, what was my question?
Next one. You know
Sister, what was my question, sister?
Or else it's going to run chaos.
Sister, what was my question?
It's hard to know what the question is.
And you know why you don't know? Because he was filibustering.
Your first question was who
You interrupted his answer halfway through
do we read? You asked me what book do we read and what do we believe in? That was the question that he asked.
No need for you to.
He asked what the hell do we believe in, and then the first question he asked was what book, right? And so he already claimed that he was a avid Bible believer, right? So asking us what book do we read, what book we go by. Obviously, you're talking about a religion.
I was talking about information, but no, bro, it's about information. Information.
Shut your mouth.
No, he can't let him finish.
Who is talking? Who is this saying to shut their mouth?
He can't let him finish what he
Who is
said.
saying shut their mouth? Who is that?
I'm telling him to be quiet.
Listen, Naftali, what's happening is he's answering the guy's question, but then the guy is cutting him off to answer another question. And
go ahead, brother. Go ahead and answer the question.
The audience cannot understand what's going on.
Answer the way you want to answer it. Answer the way you want to answer it. Go ahead.
No, but
answer
you
the way you want to
guys have
answer
to
it.
get over your ego.
Answer the way you want to. Get over your ego too, sister.
Sir,
answer the way you want to answer it.
Unconscious, there's an audience that's listening, and they're trying to get clarity too. It's not just about what you are trying to understand. It's about the audience understanding as well. So allow him to land his plane, and then when he's done,
go ahead. The runway is clear.
It's really simple. He asked, "What book did we come from?" He already said he's an avid Bible believer, right? So obviously, asking us what book do we read is a religious question. Then he asked, "What do we believe in?" My response was, I believe in humanity, and I don't go by a book. He then started bringing up science and whatnot, trying to cherry pick on different words as if all these words don't come from the English language, which is a red herring, right? To go over the fact that what I said was I believe in humanity, and I don't follow no one religious book because I'm an ominous. I'm an ominous, so I don't believe in one book.
What's an ominous?
Can I hold on? I asked the question.
No,
so
wait,
he gave the
Are you done? Are you done?
Can I follow
Hold
up?
on. Are you done, Laurel? Are you done landing your plane?
Yeah. I'm done.
All right. Now you unconscious. Now you speak. Let's all be
Okay,
adults
I'm not. Okay, so let me finish. I just get on. Y'all been going for a couple hours. Okay, so I think that was a very okay. I never mentioned anything about religion, right? I never said these things. I didn't ask you a religious question, right? I asked you basically what I was asking you. Where are you getting your information from? Because y'all opened up with a video of AI speaking, right? Open up with AI speaking, and it's supposed to have been facts because AI said it. And I was trying to figure out where did you get your information from? And then you talk about humanity. Well, guess what? If you want to say that, then we all believe the same thing. I'm trying to figure out where did you get your information from? That's why I asked you, what do you follow and where did you get it from? And who are the people that you so now, sister, you putting your foot in your mouth, you interrupting me when you told me to hush my mouth?
I didn't say nothing to you.
So allow me to finish. So I asked you because no, I'm talking about the sister. Well, you went now, so I'm gonna tell you to hush your mouth like you told me to hush mine. So allow me to finish. So I asked you a question. That's why I said you was filibustering. And that's why I asked your sister earlier when she was running her mouth, what was the question? Because she couldn't remember the question because the brother was going all over the place and not answering the question. I started out, I said, we all have a belief. And I said, the belief could be facts or it could just be a belief. So I said, where did you get it from? Did you read it from somewhere? Did somebody tell you? I didn't say anything about a religion.
Exactly the same thing.
Thank you. I didn't say anything about a damn religion. I said, where did you get it from? I don't hear about you got it from humanity. So who? One man, one woman? Where did you get it from?
Again,
and then when you mention the word universe,
hold on, let me answer
I'm not finished. Let me land my plane. The runway is almost clear. Okay, so you got universe and science, the two words that he used. Then he want to throw a red herring. Come on, you want to use words. You open your premise up with your when you first started out talking about words. Because you believe in certain words, that's why you believe in what you believe in. And what you believe in is nothing because you say spirituality. When many people ask you what that means, and you have not come up with an answer. Spirit comes from where? Who gave you that word? So I'm trying to figure out exactly what, like Nephtali asked you earlier, at the beginning of the show, where would you tell your children where do they come from? And you laughed when she said, you probably tell them you come from a damn monkey because you believe in humanity. Humanity tells you that you come from the monkey, right? Or you don't believe in religion because we believe we come from what God says. So what would you tell, the last question for me, don't tell me the children just come from your stomach. Where do man come from and where did you get your information from? If you say humanity wrote the book, man wrote the book, and we believe, like I said, it could be a fact or belief that God gave it to man. So who do you believe, or where do you believe man come from? Somebody told you. You damn sure ain't think of it yourself. So where did man come from? And where you get his information from?
Again, that wasn't the question.
I landed my plane. I asked the brother. I ain't asked you, sister. I'm asking the brother, and then you can land me back after he finished your mind.
That's some good stuff.
That's not the question that you asked. You asked us
You don't need to.
He asked what book, and then he asked what do you believe in? And I told him I believe in humanity. I never told him I believe in any particular book, right? I already said that. I said I believe in humanity. Now he wants to superimpose me saying that I believe in humanity over the entire conversation that we just had, which is a little dishonest. It's a little intellectual dishonesty right there, right? So you're taking bits and pieces of our conversations, and then you're spreading them over the entire thing. When we was talking about all type of stuff at all different moments that have specific context, right? So when you're talking, try to keep what you're asking within a particular context. Because you asked me what book, I don't read about. There's no book that I follow because I'm an ominous, right? And I believe, and you asked me my belief. I believe in humanity. So if you I don't know what you think humanity is, but to me, humanity.
Thank you.
To me, humanity is the innate ability to have empathy. That's what humanity is. It's the fact that we love and care. That's what makes you humane, right?
I just asked what would you tell your children where they come from?
That's what you said.
If you're asking me personally, not everybody on the panel, if you're asking me personally, where do man come from? I'm gonna tell you that we are alien experiment.
Hey, let me say something to you, brother. I respect your opinion, and because it's a little. Hold on, let me say this to the brother because I hear a little. we all having a conversation here, and I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you personally. And even though I sound hype, we all sound hype. We having a good program, and maybe we all need to take it down 5 levels because we all, at the end of the day, we all going through the same battle. So I don't want you to take anything personal. I'm saying to you, I'm just trying to through a little hype and make the show interesting. I'm trying to find out where you come from. Now I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. That answer you gave me was very asinine.
Now he's gonna take it up to 5 levels. Watch.
You damn right. I'm gonna fall back, man. Y'all had the floor. I'm gonna fall back because what you just said.
I want you to know how hypocritical you sound, right? You just said
that wasn't me. That wasn't me. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. So.
But you were the one who just said it's asinine, though, right?
No, calm down.
No. What I'm saying is, I asked you. You said you believe in humanity.
Bro, and you said what I said was asinine, right?
And what aspect of humanity? What are you talking about?
Didn't you just say what I said was asinine?
Yo, ask this dude to spell humanity.
Don't do that. That's not fair.
Stick to the facts, man. Let's stick to the facts.
Simon, stick to the facts. If you're not going to have a logical thing and be
that's not fair. That's not fair.
Listen, Naphtali, is this my stream that you invited me on? Because I don't like all this BS. Simon,
well, sister, I hope you don't think I'm talking BS to you. I respect you. I hope you don't think I'm talking.
Simon, I love you, but listen, if you're not gonna contribute like on like a constructive way and say constructive things, like don't be here. Let's go.
Hold on one second. One second. Let me say this. Genesis, now I brought you. We both discussed, and you said you wanted to come on here to have like a debate. I don't know why you keep acting like I brought you on here to teach.
No. I did not. This is not the debate. Now, if you want to do a debate with me,
but we were supposed
no. I invited you to come to my thing. You said, "Hey, I want to bring you on my thing." I didn't. If this is the debate, it wouldn't be all these people up on here. This is a conversation, not a debate.
You reached out to me about a while ago. You said you wanted to do a show.
A debate is another thing versus a panel.
Hold on, Simon. Let the ladies have it. Hold on, Simon. Let the ladies have it for a second.
Hold on. This is what this is leading up to, and you knew I was going to be coming at you. You said you wanted to come on my channel. I said, "Come on."
Oh no, that's cool. Well, it's cool. I'm saying, Simon. Right, so I don't want people coming here.
But nobody's really coming at you. Only person that's coming at you is me.
No one said that. I did not say that he was. Listen, I just said that you brought me on here. This is our thing, right? Listen, not Callie. Hold on. Can I finish my sentence? I said that this is our thing that we're doing. You brought me on here, Simon. If he's going to be instigate like little knick-knack paddywhack. I don't want that. I want to have a regular conversation. He's doing knick-knack. He's doing. Listen. Simon doing knick-knack paddywhack stuff.
You're not Simon. You need to. I will remove you if you continue on. How about?
Yeah, don't do knick-knack. Ooh.
Hey, Naphtali, can I ask your sister one question if you don't mind?
Please do it. Go ahead.
Okay. Peace to you, sister. Can you tell me, without using the word humanity, where did you first get your information from? And one more thing, don't say the spiritual elders.
All right, where did I first get my information from?
Yes, ma'am.
I got my information from the Odu Ifa. So when I got a reading from a Babalawo, the Odu Ifa told me what was going
on. I don't know I don't know what that. Can you explain that to me shortly, if you can?
Okay, so this whole entire conversation is about African spirituality, and then is it
what's Odu Ifa? That word you just said. What is that?
So the Odu. All right, so let's go into Odu. Odu, when you actually go into Ifa, right? It is there is an actual divining trade that happens. And then they throw the Opwele when they have a certain number comes up. Odu, which is also how something is.
Who's they, sister? But sister,
the Babalawo.
I want you to slow down for me, sister. I want you to slow down, sister. I'm trying to follow you, and I'm not trying to be facetious or anything. When you say they, because I asked you about the word, and you start to explain, and I respect that. Then you say when they get, who's the they?
A priest.
And who's that?
Babalawo, Olorisha.
And who are they? Are they still alive? Are they real people?
I'm a Larisha, so I can like do the same thing.
But no, but so you got the information from yourself.
Say it again.
You got the information from yourself then.
No, I went to a Babalawo. Stop. See, you're
no. Okay, I'm trying. Okay, I'm stopping. Go ahead.
You're rushing.
Go
Slow
ahead.
down, right? So, all right. So how it works is that you get a reading. A reading happens by a Babalawo throwing a opele, a number.
And who was that? And who was that? Hold on, sister. Who was that?
Father of the mystery system.
Hey, what's his name? What's his name?
Hold on, stop. Now it's not what's his name. There are different Babalawos, just like
give me one of them.
Okay, stop. Babalawos are just same thing, saying like a doctor, right? So
can you give me one of the doctor's name?
Okay, Baba Oreste.
And where he stay at?
He's dead.
So he wrote a book.
He just was a Babalawo. Everybody don't have.
No. Did he write a book? Because you got information from a dead man. So how you get information from the dead man?
No. Listen, you have to slow down. You're rushing, right? Tell me I'm rushing. You slow down.
No, I asked you. You talked about the dead man, and you got information from him. So where'd you get it from?
If you want to have a conversation with me, and
I'm listening. Okay, I'll be quiet.
All right. All right. So Baba Oreste was alive at one point, and he was my godfather.
Okay.
Baba Oreste used to do readings for me on a regular basis.
Okay.
He was 80-something years old, right? Eventually, he passed on after I got initiated, but he was the person that I would go to get my readings, right? Now, there's different Babalawos, you know? There's not just one Babalawo. There's different Babalawos, like different doctors.
So is it like a spiritual godfather?
Yes. So just like a god, like a doctor, there's different doctors, right? So you go to one doctor, say that doctor dies, you probably go to another doctor. But in my situation, I went to this one doctor.
I respect what you're saying, sister. I was just trying to find out where you got it from. So I respect
my
that.
Spiritual life, I had one doctor, he passed on, but before he passed on, he gave it to me to be initiated to become a nurse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is that a doctor in the sense of like a witch doctor sense? Like that type of doctor?
Well,
like
they're not really considered. I'm trying to like break it down into
not to put it in a negative sense, but in
a Babalawo is not really a doctor, but I have to I'm trying to break it down into a language that someone would understand what this really is.
It's not that difficult. You don't have to break it down somewhere. I understand.
You have a Babalawo, a father of the mystery system. So what a Babalawo does is that you go to them on a regular basis, and then they give you a reading or forecast of what's going on to keep you on path, like whatever it is to keep you on to your destiny, to make sure that you are achieving your destiny. Whatever it is that you came on this earth to do, you go there, you get readings on a regular basis. They'll tell you if you're in alignment or you're out of alignment. They'll tell you if you're sick. They'll tell you if there's something wrong. Go to the doctor. They'll tell you all type of stuff about yourself that you probably never even thought about.
So how do you know humanity from that?
Say it again.
But the question about humanity?
How's that worked out? I said,
was it about? Hold on, Simon. Though was we at a point of humanity and the determination of humanity?
Well, no, that is what Laurel said.
I'm talking about Knopf. Where was Knopf coming from? Was you coming from that point, Knopf?
No, that's Laurel said that he is into humanity. I'm telling you what African spirituality. Me being an Ifa practitioner or Larisha practitioner, this is how it works in my life. So in my life, well, now I don't have to go to the doctor. I can diagnose myself. So at some point, I would go to a Babalawo, and they would do a reading for me.
Okay, sister, can I say? Okay, I hear you.
Hold on, you interrupted me. No, stop. I'm not done.
But you're going too far.
No.
Okay, go ahead. I'll stop.
Just because you understand it does not mean the audience understands it. You're not the only one on this. I know sometimes when you're like actually in a room and you're on a panel, it seems like you are like not even, there's not a chat room, but there's people in the chat. So I'm trying to explain.
How you know they don't understand though? How you know they don't?
We don't know.
I don't know. I don't know that they don't. So you have to.
You're my sister, Genesis. You know you're my sister. You know you're my sister.
Go ahead.
Hold on, just listen. So how it works is you get a reading, right? And then as time goes on, you get readings on a regular basis, and they tell you, okay, listen, you're not in alignment. This is what you got to do to get in alignment. Okay, watch out for this, watch out for that. Don't eat this, don't eat that. And as your life goes on, they keep telling you this. Sometimes you continue just to be that person that you just like get readings on a regular basis. Some people are called to be priests. So I was called to be a priest.
Do they go to school for this? Where they get this divine intervention to lead? Do they have a background?
I was about to tell you, but you just interrupted me.
Go ahead.
Like
sister.
I said, so some people are meant to just go on the path to get readings and just be told like what to do and what not to do. Some people in the reading will say, you know what, you're called to be a priest. Now, some of those priests are called to be babalawo. Some people are just called to be to work with herbs, to be healers. This, that, the
Sister,
other.
I gotta stop you. You gotta let me interrupt. Okay, respectfully. I understand what you telling me a babalawo. Somebody might tell another person, you know what, you called to be a priest. I want to know, sister, I want to know who told the first one that they have this divine intervention to tell somebody any damn thing, right? I can tell you a story, right? I could tell you a story.
So it's not a person.
I didn't interrupt.
No, I'm saying no. It's not a person. It's the. So what it is that it's not. There's not like a spirit behind what's happening. It's a number that comes up. That number equals a story.
So, sister, stop. Sister, no. You say you're not interrupting, but you actually did. And you're starting to teach. So no, sister. Listen, what you doing?
But this is my show. This is my show.
So you only want to be able to talk on your show?
Well, no.
You allowed me to talk, and as I was speaking, you interrupted me because you know I was about to go somewhere, and I'm allowing me to finish because I asked you this. I said you said it's a number, but that number is coming from a person, correct?
We have to understand.
Sister, that number's coming from a person, correct?
Hey, sis, you gotta let him talk. Sis. You gotta let him
ask the question because he's trying to find. Because I want to know too. So he's asking a question I might want to know too. So
yeah, you're not letting me finish, sister.
Here, we just trying to understand because I want to understand too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. You got to be able to answer the people's questions.
Right, but you interrupted me.
I did not interrupt. You cut me off.
I was not finished with the rest of what I was saying.
It's all right.
I probably would have answered this question.
It's okay. Let's not dwell in the past.
Okay, here it is, sister. You said I asked you as a person. I said it's a person. You said no, it's not. It's a number. And then you start talking about the number gets read. I'm asking you. You said if it's a number, numbers don't talk. And then the only way they talk if a person tells you what the number means. Something's telling you what the number means, and they tell you that number is speaking. So I want to know who's telling you. Because you saying it's a number that's telling you, but somebody's giving you the reading of that number because obviously that number has a power that can speak. So who is the person or entity that's telling you what the number is saying? I'm following you.
The babalawo.
Now it goes right back to my first question. Who gave the babalawo the power to say that he or she is right or wrong?
Great question.
Who? Ifa.
And who's that?
Orumila.
Who is that, sister? You just giving me names.
Okay.
Is that a man? Is that a person, place, or thing? Is that a person, place, or thing?
Okay. So, all right. So, it is the literal core. Orumila is the energy behind divination.
Sister, that sounds okay. So the energy speaks to the Abala, whatever that the energy is speaking.
Yes.
And where does the energy come from, sister? And what language does the energy speak?
Olodumare.
Where does the energy come from?
Olodumare, God.
God. Oh, wait a minute. Now let's get to it. Oh, okay, now. So wait a minute. Hold on, sister. Hold on. Right. So it's coming from a God. Wait a minute. Right. It's coming from a God. Right?
No, God. No, not a God, but God itself.
But God
there's
itself.
Only one God. There's only one Olodumare.
Read the chat too, Kanat. Read the chat too, because somebody understands it too in the chat in a different way. It said Ifa is like a God of knowledge. And they saying it's like the God that sees each child birth. So they trying to explain it. They may have a little more information to explain it a little bit. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that's what they said in the chat. So we just read the chat because somebody in the chat got some knowledge of the E5 and whatever. So they kind of explaining it as well as she explained
So
it.
right, so it goes right back to what I'm saying. You say God, right?
Yes, God.
Okay, now.
So hold on, let me. So did God? So was God not the Word, and the Word not? So like, think about the Bible, right?
No, I'm not. No. You can't. Don't use the Bible. No.
Don't use the Bible.
No, don't use the Bible.
You
No.
You can't mix no seasonings. You can't mix no
He's trying to make it relatable to y'all.
Stop. No, we don't need any relation. Just talk about Ephah. Keep it on Ephah.
But I'm trying to
no.
So where did you get this God from?
Choke.
Where did you get this God from, sister?
In the beginning, the Word was with God, and God was the Word. So therefore,
who told you that?
What does that have to do with that?
Oh man,
You're an omnis. Just admit to it. You're not no Ephah. You're an omnis.
You're not a priest.
What is an omnis? You know what?
No,
listen,
you're a novice.
See, I told you.
What is an
novice? N-O-V-I-C-E. You're a novice.
Hold on.
Y'all keep mixing up things, right? So I'm an omnis, right? She's not an omnis. She's an Ephah priest.
What is an omnis?
I'm not an Ephah priest at all.
What is an omnis?
I don't even know what I never heard of this.
Right, Larell, we novice.
Yeah. I don't think you need to use the Bible to relate that.
I don't need the Quran to quote the Bible. I don't need to use the Quran to quote to talk.
Okay, so
stop
true.
using it. Just use Ephah.
Okay, all right.
True.
So all right, that's cool. So bottom line is,
talk about your ancient spirituality.
So hold on. Let me break it down. So Olodumare is the one God of Ifa. One God, Olodumare. It is the creator of everything. There is one God.
But you're not telling where you got it from, though, sir. I keep asking where you got it from.
Listen, stop, because I'm trying to break it down from the top to the bottom. All right, Olodumare is God. Then from there you have Oduduwa, you have Obatala, you have Ifa. Between them, you have what creation and how things are birthed into existence, right? So you have how humans are birthed into existence. You have how thoughts birthed into existence. You have how things birthed into existence, right? So there is the word of Ifa. So
where you get it from? Where you get this from?
The Odu is the word.
It's a belief, right?
This is why Pan-Africanism
where you getting it from, sister? I keep asking you where you getting it from.
It comes from like Yoruba cosmology. Listen.
And where you get that from, sister? Where you get that from?
It comes from Yoruba cosmology.
And what can you define that? Define it.
Cosmology is from the the Yorubas have a cosmology of how they understand.
What does cosmology mean?
You don't know what cosmology means?
That's the study of the cosmos. So why didn't you just say it?
This is how the Yoruba people understood the creator and creation and how things came into. Listen, the Yorubas had
because you're teaching.
You're
a priest. You're teaching.
How things came into creation. The Yorubas had a way that how things came into creation. Olodumare being the one God, and then you had the word of God. Then you had how things came into creation between man and how humans came down onto the earth. So the Ifa is the word of God. Ifa is the word of Olodumare, the all God, the Godhead. It is the word of God. So therefore, what happens is that when a Babalawo does a reading,
you got all this from a book.
It's getting the word. No, there's no book. There's no book. It's oral tradition.
These words, everything
Listen, do you understand that when you actually go into every June 25th, every year? Hold on, listen to me. June 25th every year in all of like the Yoruba traditions. They have a little child that is going to be a Babalawo someday, and he actually recites the entire Odu. It takes 4 days. There's no
Is that
book.
the same area where they eat the dog?
They come from an
festival
oral
where
tradition.
they eat the dog
They come
in
from
a
an oral
Ogun
tradition.
State in Nigeria.
So it's not about a book because they come from an oral tradition. So let's just fast forward in the
Oral
conversation.
tradition, bro.
So what? It's an oral tradition. That's what it comes from.
It's oral. So
That's what I'm saying. So he's looking for a book, but it comes from an oral tradition. So that's why we got to fast forward in the conversation of some of that part.
But
we got to understand that because that was where your question was coming from.
I would almost equate it to like the call to prayer, but the call to prayer probably takes only like a half an hour to do. Imagine a 4-day like reciting of the entire corpus.
So you did that?
Hey, sis, can I get 10 seconds?
You know what?
I'm about to leave. Give me 10 seconds. I'm about to leave.
I'm trying to explain
just give me 10. I got you. Just give me 10 seconds.
You haven't explained anything. You have no views.
Give me 10
That's why you
seconds.
lost
Hold
your
on,
views.
Genesis. We got like 50 people up here.
Give me
We're trying to
10
get a whole
seconds.
bunch
You've been here for
going on.
hours. Give me 10 seconds.
Let
I
us go.
opened up with the word belief. And you say oral tradition, right? That means it's a word being passed down. So you have to believe it. Because I could say all black people like chicken. Well, Ruba or Dudu said we all like chicken. So I gotta believe what Dudu said, right? Oh, it wasn't written, it was oral. So I just gotta believe it because
crazy that the man in high
because
castle
he said it, but I didn't interrupt you. I asked you. Can I interrupt?
Like man in high
I asked you, can I interrupt?
That's why you threw me backstage like you always do.
Give him a chance to talk. Now, what was you saying?
How was that man in high castle a priest was saying and up here laughing and kikiing with like people making fun of Ifa and making fun of Olodumare?
You're making fun of the Bible, right?
How you can't explain it.
Get him up off the chat, bro.
I could explain it better than you.
No,
I asked you, I'm only giving you my opinion. I'm only giving you my opinion. I'm not. Hey, I asked for 10 seconds. Hey, bros and sisters, can I just finish up? Can I just finish up? I was not trying to be facetious or any way, shape, form of matter. I only give you my opinion. But one thing I will say, sister, one thing I will say, you will cut people off and say what they doing wrong, but you never cut yourself off, right? Because you would interrupt. You would interrupt, and you use the power. And you will use the power and say it's my show. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, sister. You go off of oral belief because I open up with belief. Understand this. I know what I'm doing. I open up with belief, and I said facts, and I use the word belief, and I said, where did you get it from? And then you finally came out and said tradition, and then you ended up saying God and went right back into the belief that I said that we believe in, the Bible. So I can say all black people like chicken. You got to believe it because I said it, right? It's oral. And that's what we're trying to, that's the only thing I'm trying to come from. That's why the sister said to you from the beginning of the show, what would you tell your children? And she was being facetious about gorillas and monkeys and apes. But you only going to tell them on something you believe. And you're not dealing with facts. And facts is the science, right? And evidence that proves. Have you ever met a Yoruba? Do you speak their language? So I'm asking, that's where I'm coming from. You believe on what someone, you believe what someone
as a
told
priest
you.
Over time, you speak the language. What are you talking about? What?
A priest
so speak the
what?
language. Say hello to us in Yoruba.
Alafia.
Can you remove him?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, remove
because I asked.
Man in high castle. Man in high castle.
How do you say hello in
Alafia?
Yoruba?
I don't like your
and you know El Dabo. Goodbye. Okay. Alafia and
Hey, sister, thanks for answering my questions. Hey, brother, thanks for answering my questions. Whether I believe it or not, at the end of the day, we still brothers and sisters. It was a very entertaining show. We're going to have some ups and downs. I hope we can get a debate with many people here. I'm sorry?
No, I'm saying to men in high castle. He need to go, bro.
Well, this point I'm speaking. I'm about to go. I just want to give my respects to everybody. We may have different beliefs, and the arguments get heated. And that's what this platform is about. To the new platform, we're going to have heated arguments. We all not going to have it. We all not monolithic. We don't all believe the same thing. And at the end of the day, it doesn't. It matters and it doesn't. We gonna whatever we bring up, we still may have different beliefs, but that don't mean we have to hate each other. So I still love you, sister and brother. We may have different beliefs, but at the end of the day, we still fighting the same battle. I don't believe. I understand some of the things.
Before you leave, like, listen, I'm gonna say this. Aren't we talking to each other right now? Isn't everything primarily transferred through conversation and sound? Are we all just reading?
You trying to take people off?
No. Listen, because I know that you are a troll, but I'm saying between me and King,
a troll who got you almost 100,000 views.
Stop. You didn't give me nothing. You did not give me nothing.
It's Q or Quinnox. I know you trying to say my name.
Quinnox. I'm gonna say this.
Hold on, bro.
Listen. I'm saying is that when we talk about the sound equals vibration. Vibration equals like way more than what we think that we're doing here. We think that we're talking, but really, if you go on a higher level, it just is a bunch of vibrations going on. So all we're doing is vibrating. Right. We're vibrating. We think that we're talking to each other. All we're doing is vibrate. But once you have to get beyond your own natural understanding of what sound is, and then you'll understand that even drums have a sound.
I want to answer. I want to say something.
Listen. Like even listen. If you like look at the actual highway, it makes a sound. It makes the same sound as like a river. The river makes the same sound as your circulatory system when the blood is rushing through it. It makes the same sound. But if we understand like the intricacies of sound and how all these vibrations equal out to something and they all make the same sound, we understand that sound vibration. So when we talk about like E5, yes, sound, yes, oral tradition, understand things through song. What I was trying to tell you is that
I agree with you on that.
Hold on.
Can I just answer that though?
Hold on. Stop. These
kids, go ahead.
Let's say this. These kids learn these things through song at an early age and all the way up until they become adults. Mm-hmm. They sing the songs throughout the community 4 days long, right? The Odu Ifa. It takes 4 days to recite the entire Odu Ifa. Day and night, they sing this for 4 days in Africa, in different like communities within the Yoruba community, and it's someone less than 12 years old that does this. So that means that they understand the power of a child's mind to be able to take on the information and be able to recite this and remember it. And most Babalawos are a repository of information. They know things like from a level because they learn how to remember. So it's one thing to write things down into a book and think that you have supreme knowledge because you wrote something down. It's another thing to remember. So
I agree. I agree to a certain amount. I respect that.
You can make fun of the fact that there is written things of the oracle, but when it really comes down to it, is based on memory because what they want
let me just answer the sound thing. Let me answer the sound thing because you're going
your mind and remember.
I got it. Sister, let me answer the sound thing, right? Because you said the sound, right? We're not really talking or speaking, is dealing with sounds. So I'm pretty sure you will say that sounds has an effect because a certain range of sounds can break a glass, right? Or if it gets too deep, right? It can vibrate your heart. You ever stand up go to a concert and the beat is so heavy, right? But understand the sound has an effect, but the sound affect people differently. Meaning you may get different readings from the sound, okay? Because how you reading the sound may be different from how reading the sound. Some people like Whitney Houston better than they like Patti LaBelle. Why? Because the sound affects them differently than Lou Ross or Michael Jackson, right? And Lou Ross, some of y'all never even heard of, right? So the sound, I agree with you. Sound has a different effect on people, but guess what? Shouldn't have an effect on people. The word interpretation has an effect. The interpretation of words, that's why many people, they read the Bible, they got many different interpretations. But I open up again about facts.
Okay.
Right? Hold on. I'm gonna get back to the sound. Because I gotta ask you a question about the sound. I got to ask you a question about the sound. No. I let you finish. You gotta allow me to ask you a question about the sound because you went into the sounds because we're not speaking, right? So some people, if I take a piece of chalk and scratch it across the chalkboard, sometimes it don't affect certain people, but it make my blood crawl. Can you say we both getting a different reading from that?
All right, so that's not what happens in this situation. If you learn the nursery rhyme row your boat gently down the stream, merrily, 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 life is but a dream. And you learn that from fucking excuse me, my language, but you learn that as a child all the way growing up, then you know that Odu.
That's a rhyme. That's not a sound, sister. You know
No,
exactly
no,
what I
no,
said.
no,
I said if you rub a chalk
listen to
across the chalkboard, and it can affect some people, some people it don't.
No, you're missing it. You're missing it, right? So the sound has a song, right? So there's a specific. So even in the Bible they have psalms, Psalm. Those psalms, I believe, at one point had sounds and way they were sung. The songs of Solomon, all these different things, the way that they were sung. Now, there were priests that actually knew those by heart, and they sung the same way no matter what. I could tell you.
Why do you keep going in the Bible though? I don't understand that.
No. The reason why I'm going into it is because when it really goes down to it, okay, Mary had a little lamb is the same. Mary had a little lamb. It doesn't change. And the vibration, the way that you sing it is not any different. If you change the notes of it, it's not Mary had a little lamb. And the words are the same. Mary had a little lamb, it's fleeced with life. It's the same thing. So
but you can have a different feeling though, right?
Listen, no, stop. That is
what that's about?
How the Odu was taught. It was taught through tonation, sound, and vibration. And so when you get a reading, these things are read to you in song format. If it's done correctly, they're done in song format, and then that song, that whatever that song is, equals the Odu. That is how it's remembered. But the thing is that over time, slave trade, this, that, the other, those songs now just became words written down. And
Can you do me one favor, though, sister, before I go? Can you just speak to me in sound, not in words?
What?
I said, can you speak to me in sound? Can you speak to me in sounds and not in words?
That's
a trick question. Yeah, what does that mean, sister?
The words of that song. No, use EFA.
It doesn't matter what I sing.
Use one that's EFA. But use a traditional EFA.
I'm not an EFA priest.
Mary had a little lamb is about Jesus Christ and his mother.
It does. I'm not an EFA priest. I'm an Olarisha, but EFA priest. No, I'm an Olarisha. I'm an Olarisha. That's a big difference. I'm not an EFA.
Jesus Christ was an Israelite.
But I'm gonna tell you what. I'm also from America, and I didn't grow up from like childbirth learning.
You don't know any of that.
I'm trying to explain how it's normally done and how these.
Jesus Christ was an Israelite.
How
Christ is king.
Okay.
Hey, sister, I wasn't being facetious, and I think you was being a little funny by saying Mary had a little lamb, because that we all know you harmonizing the English language, right? Can you speak to me in sound that's not that's not sounding out English speaking song? Can you speak just in sound?
That is very facetious because words.
No, brother, hold on, brother. You speak. She just said we're not speaking English. We have to understand the sound. Everything's been told to them in sound. So can you speak to me in sound?
I think she was explaining the fact that the Yoruba speak a tonal language.
No, she said that it's all in sound. I heard exactly what she said. She said we're not speaking words, we're speaking in sound. So can you speak something to me in sound?
We are speaking in sound. Listen.
Where's the E5? You want to hear the E5, sis? You the priest? Let's hear the E5.
Okay, I can only show. I don't speak the priest language. That's like
what? Tell me about your African ancestors. They spoke it.
Is this like a joke? Are you guys kidding with me?
No, give us the spirituality of the sound.
Ancient spirituality of Africa. Go ahead.
I will play some
the word
priest
itself is one of those sounds.
No. I don't want to hear AI. I mean AI. I want to hear.
It's not going to be AI.
I thought you were.
We want to hear you, the priest. You're a priest.
No. I am not a Babalawo.
But you just got it from a Babalawo. You told us that.
No. Listen. I'm talking.
So because she got it from a Babalawo, that makes her a Babalawo.
Yeah, she said she received it. She said she received it. She received the word from a Babalawo.
Sis, I wouldn't
Are
allow
you
you.
saying,
told me
brother,
it was a
brother? Are you saying since Paul got it from Jesus, that make Paul Jesus?
No, but we had priests.
Paul never said he was Jesus.
She never said she was a Babalawo either.
She said she was a
But she
priest.
said she got it from a Babalawo. She received it. She said he
And
passed
Paul
away.
right, and right, just like Paul
that.
got it from Jesus, brother.
But
like
he
Paul
got it through word. He got it through the word, not sound. She said we're not speaking. She said we're speaking.
Words are sound.
No. Don't try to move the goalposts. I know exactly what she was saying. That's why she said.
Made of letters, and letters are characters that represent sounds. I don't understand your damn question.
No, the thing is that we want to hear you guys do it. Since you guys say you practice this,
who is you?
She said Oshun is. You said Oshun is the person, right? Oshun is your Orisha. So sing the song of Oshun. Sing one song of Oshun. Sing one song of Oshun.
Right? She's the practitioner of Ifa. If you want to talk to King Naga and Laurel Burns, we're going to tell you God is light, light is electromagnetism, and the fullness thereof. You know what I'm saying? And that's going to be a whole different level of understanding.
I love that answer. Now, I would like for you to go into that because now I like. See, I'm not trying to be funny. But what he's listen, brother. I understand some of what y'all saying because I actually studied on some of this. That's what I wasn't trying to trap the sister up, but I like what he said, and you can go ahead and finish up on that because now you can probably give a little more understanding. So go ahead, brother.
Nah, I mean, if y'all would have allowed her to continue,
I did, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. It's like if y'all would have allowed her to continue and explain to you, explain to you about Olodumare and what it is, we would have been easily able to segue and tie into God is light, light is electromagnetism, because Olodumare is light. It is the thing that all creation comes from. You know what I'm saying? It is that emanating force. So when we say God is light, light is electromagnetism, it's kind of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like there is nothing in this universe that exists devoid of electromagnetism. Nothing.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, real quick.
May I ask a question?
I have a Babalawo
for a little while.
I have a Babalawo right here singing the Odu right now with his congregation, singing it right here. Because I'm not a Babalawo.
How do I know he a Babalawo?
So can I ask a question before you start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just one question for the panel. How does this in Yoruba work in Yoruba state in Nigeria? How does it work for the 12-year-old child who sings these songs for 4 days straight? How does it work for them to get clean water, food on the table, have that opportunity to build a workforce, ingenuity, and do for self? How does that work?
All of that shit happens in Nigeria, bro. Like I don't know. Maybe he thinks
how does that work?
How does it work for a month?
You know what? That's a great question.
How does that work for a child in Nigeria to have the same opportunities where I could get up in the morning and have a fresh, clean glass of water?
In the middle of the Himalayas.
Not everybody over there has that opportunity.
They have running water in Nigeria, bro. There's running water and electricity in Nigeria.
But hold on. That's
not
asking,
true.
No, stop it. How does a monk in the middle of the mountains, and these people devote their lives to being monks and learning how to harness their energy? How does that work for them? No, they have dedicated their lives to becoming priests.
I don't think they were able to harness their energy, and I don't think shit work. I mean, nothing working for them.
I mean, okay, fine,
so
but I'm saying
you're asking me a question like I agree. I don't agree with that.
Can we play this video real quick? So they said, "Well, how does it sound?" All right, let's play.
I don't agree with you.
Can we just play it real quick? Because I'm like, I don't like people like to like make me. Okay, there we go.
I want clean water and food. I want a rich education too. I want to help my village. I want to be successful.
Hey, sister.
So what he's doing is he's reciting the Odu. So he just recited one Odu, and now he's reciting a new one. So they'll play the drum for that Odu. Each Odu has a drum sound, and it has a,
Did he tell them children? Did he tell them children all to come to America to a Christian nation? Because a lot of the people that's over there from Africa, they run into a Christian nation and adapting their ways. Is he telling them that? Because that's what a lot of them doing. They're coming to America to adapt to Christianity.
Man, come on now.
Why aren't you over there? Why aren't you over there behind that guy with the white beat on and learning what he's telling you?
You're bearing false witness.
So you asked me how the Odu sounds, and so I
understand that, but that's a language. Is that a language? Is that a language?
5 hours ago, she had a white man from Transylvania and called him Baba. Did you know Mr. Beast is a Babalawo now too? They gave him a Babalawo title.
He just bear false witness against that man.
But not racist.
These people are claiming to be righteous people of the righteous branch lineage, and they'll bear false witness right in front of you. And they own book tell them that a liar can't tarry in the sight of their own God.
Brother, you didn't hear what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said, is he telling them, brother? I didn't say that. Brother, what you saying? You didn't hear that from brother. You didn't hear that from me. I said a lot of them. I said, did he tell? I asked a question. I said, did he? I didn't say he's telling them. I said, did he tell them?
He do that when she shared the video about him doing exactly what y'all asked her to do. So why would the video be about him telling them kids to go to fucking America?
So did you interpret it? What he said? Can you interpret? Can you interpret what he? Can you interpret? Okay, I take it back. I take it back. Can you interpret what he said?
Back to the real.
Can you interpret what he said? Can you interpret what he said?
Language. He's speaking in his language.
But no, you said sound. Sound is not a language.
What are you?
So can you interpret the sounds that he made?
You can't have language without sound, brother.
Can you interpret what he said?
What is he saying?
I didn't listen to the actual song. If I could play it back, I probably could tell you what it said. I think it says number 8.
No, not you, sis. I want the brother that came at me. Can you interpret what he said, brother?
Keep away death. I think it would say. Cool.
Does each Hebrew alphabet make a sound?
Yes, it does.
Facts.
Oh, okay, let me ask you this, brother. Can you interpret what he said?
I don't speak Yoruba, brother.
No, I'm talking about the brother that said I lied on the guy. I asked you, can you interpret what he said? Because you said hold on. I'm gonna tell you that you said, brother, you bear false witness. He didn't say that, so you tell me what he said.
Brother.
I was trying to show
no,
you.
No. Next about some brother. You said that I bear false witness. You said that I bear false witness on saying that he said come to America. So I'm asking you, can you interpret what he said?
That these people are teaching them kids to come over to
Africa. I didn't say teach. The word teach never came out of my mouth. You being false witness. You said that I said he said that. Can you tell me what he said?
You can use whatever word you like, and that's not what that man's doing.
Okay,
and you don't know that.
I ain't asked you what he was doing.
I asked you. I didn't say come from. If it did not come from your own personal bias,
doing is a physical act. Hold on, brother.
If it's not coming from your own bias,
did he say? Tell me what he said, brother.
if it's not coming
Why
from your
can't you?
own
Why can't you
ignorance,
just answer one
where is
simple
the
question?
origin of the
Answer.
question that
You
you're
know what?
asking?
What
Because
you're
y'all
doing,
asked her
respectfully,
to produce somebody
respectfully,
who's seeking and sound, and that's what she
no,
did.
no,
She
and I
provided
no,
you a
and
Baba
to it,
Lao
I
that's
said
speaking
no.
and sound,
I
that's
asked no. I
speaking
didn't
with
say that.
sound,
I didn't
in
ask her to produce
manner
somebody
and
speaking in sound.
methodology
I
that you
asked her
said
to
to
speak
do it.
in sound.
And
No, brother,
now
you
it's
are
so
a
what did
liar.
they say?
I didn't ask
You can clearly hear.
brother.
Hold on. If you listen, hold on. If the sister play the video again, you can clearly hear him saying, "Oh,
Hit the like button,
you
share,
can
and
clearly hear
subscribe,
him saying,
everybody.
"Oh, do" over and over again. So either you just don't want to know, or what?
Conversations.
Sir, you're drunk.
Okay, let's
Hold on.
Your daddy
Real quick,
drunk.
before
Okay, there's no need
listen.
for name calling. Let's try to keep this PG. All right, I'm
We
allowed.
aren't even drink. We
Anybody?
smoked the
Did
devil's
anybody?
lettuce.
Please, did anybody not get a chance to say anything before we begin to close out? Did anybody?
Right. I want to play this again because I want to show
Yeah,
that
I'll wait my turn.
I want to explain about like how
You're gonna interpret it.
the Odu is. I'm not a Babalawo. I don't know all the Odu.
So why you? I don't. Why we need to hear something nobody know the hell he's saying?
Listen, can you chill, bro, for one just second? Like really?
Quote scriptures if
Because
you don't know the entire Bible.
you asked me.
I never said I did.
You asked me.
We had a little lamb.
You asked me to hear, like, to show you that how the Odu is recited.
No, I did not. I asked you to recite it.
Well, I'm not a Babalawo. I don't know all the Odu.
So why are you trying to teach us something that you don't know?
I'm
Hallelujah, amen.
Listen. Here's the thing. Most Babalawos don't even have time to come over here and talk. Listen, most.
So why are you over here?
Because I was asked, like,
Praise to
people were
Yah.
trying to like learn more about Ifa, and I'm here
But
to teach.
I thought that you knew, and I asked you to interpret, or can you speak it?
Listen.
Bro,
Just
she
because
initiated.
I don't get.
That's called badgering the witness.
And she's trying to give divination readings, y'all. You
already answered that
Wow.
I'm
sorry, champ. I'm gonna just mute up.
So much pushback and just speak my piece.
It says, I get it. I'm gonna let me hold on, sis. I'm gonna let you have the floor before we close out. I'm gonna make sure nobody else has any questions or anything because I'm gonna go ahead and give Genesis the floor, and then we're gonna go ahead and close out. Anybody got anything else they want to add?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
Okay,
Queen Naphtali, thank you for allowing me to come on the program. My name is the Man in High Castle. Everybody hit the like button, share, and subscribe to Queen Naphtali and also DJ Genesis channel. First and foremost, I like the fact that you were able to keep your composure. You hold firm on this non-cussing. I know this panel was very long-winded. However, you did a terrific job. And I think each and every one of us can give you a round of applause for that.
Well, thank you. I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. All right. Well, I see your brother had left. Genesis, go ahead. Did you have anything that you want to share before we end the show?
All right. So the whole objective of me coming up here is to explain to people about African spirituality and explain about the Odu and how the Odu is a part of the divination system. I never really got to go really deep into it because it kind of got really crazy, but someone asked me about how the Odu is sung. I explained to people that this is learned from a very young age. Can you please bring up the video that I have in the background?
I sure will.
All right. So whenever a ceremony is done, it is a call and response. Even when you are getting a reading, the Babalawo will say an Odu and then you repeat the Odu. So here we go.
Akọ àyà ó sì rú gángan gagbọ́n o dábùn gbárùn mọ́là jùkọ́ tún ó bù fún gbárùn mọ́là jìkọ́ sí o wọ́n dá gbòòrò wọn sùn lọ ọ̀mùlà ni wọ́n lè nùkàn má ṣayé áfíríkà ló má papọ̀ ọ̀sán wá áfíríkà àpọ̀ ọ̀sán ṣì mọ̀lẹ̀ ìjì àwọn òwe ti kókó bí bá lè ṣàyíjí o
And so it goes on. He could so imagine like this.
Ìka méjì ẹ jíire, ògùnlùpọ̀ méjì ẹ jíire, òtúnláwọn méjì ọ̀là ẹ jíire, ìrẹsẹ̀ méjì ẹ jíire, ọ̀ṣẹ́ méjì ẹ jíire.
So what he's doing is reciting the Odu. Well, he just said Osameji Odi Aje Osameji Odi, and then he will from there recite the actual Odus of that particular Odu. So Osameji, he'll go into Osameji, and go from verse to verse to verse to verse as time goes on. So like I said, and it's very simple. It's very simple how it happens. Is in small portions, and then it's call and response. So the way it's structured is in a way that people like, even the town people like know when to like say certain things, and they eventually the whole town eventually knows the Odu as well. So like it's, I mean, I get it that it might be hard to understand what I'm saying, you know, what's going on. But this is a community thing. I get it that most people will like think it's very foreign to them, but because they don't understand the language of it all. But like for me, I know what he's saying. Osameji Odi, yeah. Osameji Odi, yeah. And then, so it's call and response. Osameji is the Odu. Osam. So when he probably did the reading, these are the Odus that came out, and he's singing the Odu. So it's done in a way to where, like, the Babalawos from a very young age are taught this in that way. So they get to understand the call and response of the singing this, and so they remember it. So I mean, it's not so there's no need for a written thing because it's songs. Like I'm sure that you know songs. I know songs from my childhood, and it's pretty.
May I add on to all what you're saying? Compliment it. Can I add on?
Sure, go ahead.
See, this is a layman's term for your audience. This is the man in the high castle. In order to translate sound, I'll give you an example. By humming, you can hum with clapping games. Here's a perfect clapping game humming sound of Rockin' Robin. You can, all over the world, you can hum Rockin' Robin, and there's boys and girls to this day who will play hand clapping games globally with that song. And there's many others. See, what you're speaking about is language. Hand clapping games are sounds, and it's translated and it's understood by the ears, by all the sensories, the eyes, all the above, all the physical sensories, the touch, meaning the feeling. To facilitate Udo Ifa, you have to really be able to advocate for it. And that's what was failed in these 3 hours. It's a learning experience, but you're new to this, very brand new. That's why when I have been opposing to do not do this public divination stuff, because it should be kept closed and private, intimate. It's just like,
I'm not doing no divination.
It's just like the Torah. The Torah, you have Torah Hadet. You do public, they don't do public readings. It's just like seances. They're not public. It's just like anything in the mystery systems. It should not be public. Please pay attention to that. Do not do any public divinations.
Can I say something closing for me?
Yes, and everybody
yes,
can have a final thing. That everybody can have a final.
Let me say something in closing, because I heard the sister say a few, and there's no disrespect, but I would say gibberish, because that's what it sounded like to me, gibberish, but it's the same gibberish. It's the same sound, right? But that same sound got what, a billion different reasons, different meanings. And the brother just said, well, you can't basically teach this, a sound could mean something at that time. Right. And I get that, because you could, if it depends on the situation, right? If somebody chasing us down with a gun and I see them and you don't, I can give you a look without speaking. So I understand that, but it depends on the situation. So I understand that part of it. Right. But also what you're saying is you have to be there to learn something that she can't even explain. So this is so all this, when I use the word asinine, so in other words, why even be on YouTube to speak on on something that you can't see? Right? Or that you don't understand, because she said, I'm sorry, no disrespect, whatever you call a person speaking or giving a sound, and I'm only saying, not trying to mark you. I'm not trying to mark you.
No, it's called a babalawo, and yeah.
You're right. So I'm not, because I don't understand. So it's not trying to mark you. So I just say something in silent. Did you hear it? So what I'm saying is, and I spoke in silence, but it was a sound there, because there are sounds that the ear can't hear. Because a dog can hear it, right? But you can't. So to me, right. I get it on the sound, right? But what you did was play a guy playing saying something, and then you're going to say what he said goes right back to what I said from the beginning of my first question. Belief, understanding, right? And dealing with facts. You believe this is what he's saying.
Well, I know that's what he's saying, because I can understand what he's saying.
But you repeated the same thing he said.
I know what the Jews are, and so I know I can hear the old
nobody. I was almost landing. You're repeating the same throughout this whole program, the same thing. Now, we all been speaking English. We've been speaking 100 different words and different sounds and different spellings of them words. But you've been saying the same thing and trying to tell us it all means something different. Because it goes on, like I said, interpretation, sister. It goes on interpretation of these sounds, blah, 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 uber, uber, uber. It goes on what you think he's saying.
Well, no, it's not.
I may interpret it something different than what you may interpret it, just like I said about the singer.
Not. Once you know the language, you know how to hear the words.
And also, what I could add on is this too, like for sound and understanding comprehensively for even a man, a child, and a woman on planet Earth. Say, for instance, the siren, the emergency siren. The emergency siren was to mimic the sound of what? A wailing child. A child that's crying.
Yeah, but you're taking it out of it.
So it's a universal thing. No, but it's a universal thing. You understand? Everybody understands
me. I wasn't
when they hear a siren.
Hold on, let's get some. Let's Elder Quinard get his.
If I say shalom,
but I wasn't finished though. I wasn't finished.
If I say shalom, you know what shalom means.
Up here, you haven't brought any writings to interpret anything he said. We need to.
Well, hold on.
Exactly.
But I wasn't finished. You gotta allow me to hold on. So hold on. I'm done. Give me 10 seconds and I'm done. Give me 10 seconds and I'm done. And I'm gonna use what the brother said. It's not against you, but I'm gonna use it. You said the siren was to interpret a crying child, but you know what? Kwanaf used to go to the club and party. They would use them same sounds to hype up the crowd. Right? In the Bible, they use the trumpet to warn the people. But in some songs, like some songs, they use the trumpet to party. Right? So it goes on your own interpretation. Yeah, a siren can mean, trouble, but it also can mean to hype up the party. You know how, in fact, I give you an example. Naphtali stars a song out, right? It's hype. I mean, her show out with hype. But some place might look at that sound as trouble. And it goes on your interpretation, because determining the situation that you're in. And here you're still speaking on something that you can't spell, and that you can't get. You can't spell what you said. And you can't
can.
and when you say it, you don't give the exact same vowel that you say it in. You give it something close to it because you can't spell it.
Just because
Common
you say
sense is
that that's
back
what's
in
going
America.
on. No, just because you
I'm,
say
I'm
that
trying to
there's
I'm trying to get in here
Go ahead, because I mean,
because
y'all.
because I probably would never get a chance to speak because I've been up here 3 times and I've been trying to
God bless
like
America.
be subjective, try to be subjective and objective to both sides. And what I see is that nobody is listening to nobody. And the only thing I'm seeing is that we just want to prove point counterpoint. I haven't seen one source. I
All
haven't
praise
heard
to God.
anybody say they was I haven't heard anybody say that they was initiated into any type of spiritual system far as voodoo, Ifa, Yoruba, Santeria, Palo and I have knowledge in all this. And so when I saw the title, I'm up here, okay, maybe I can come up here and just shed some light. Not try to teach nobody shit, because I'm not a teacher. I'm still a student myself.
No
And I'm
need for
53 years old.
foul language. No need for foul language.
I'm sorry. And I'm 53 years old. You know what I'm saying? And
My
the only
birthday
thing that
today
I
too.
see,
Happy
I see
birthday to
a
me.
I see a
Yes,
happy
happy birthday.
birthday. And I see
I apologize.
and I see a lot of light and I see a lot of light in our people, especially the younger adults. But I see that we are just so angry and we just want to force our opinion instead of just listen to where everybody else is at. And then
So
once
can
you listen to
right
where everybody is at, you will see we in the same place. You will see
now
that we in the
divination in
same
the
place. We
Bible.
just talking a different language.
Divination in the Bible. If
Divination,
you
okay.
look at the book of
I can
Genesis,
say we
you can
talking a
see where
different.
the
I can say
Joseph
we
was
talking a
interpreting
different
the Pharaoh's
understanding.
dreams.
I can't hear nobody. I'm
I
trying
can
to
say we
hear.
talking a different understanding. I don't know we talking language because what she's speaking is out of language. I can say A-E-I-O-U, right?
Hmm.
And we speak in the vowels, and we say sometimes the E is
What
silent.
what
Ask her to do that. Hold
we're
on,
not
brother.
we're not talking but hold on we're not talking about language right now. I thought we was talking about the historical and
Sounds.
origins of
We're
African
talking about the whole
spirituality and things
aspect.
like that.
No, let
That's
me
what I
chime
thought
in.
we was talking
No,
about.
what we're talking about is the whole aspect of how it works. And my thing is that I'm not going to get up
Hmm.
here like I know Hebrew and all that kind of stuff. However, I do have sources to interpret.
Right.
I do have
I
sources to
understand that.
interpret what I'm saying. So if you're going to talk about things, you got to
My
have like a Bible out to interpret that.
my source is my Bible, the one that I was initiated with.
So can you understand what he was saying?
Now
Yeah,
cipher.
I understand what you're saying. I
No.
understand.
I mean, my
I
thing,
get what you're saying.
we don't know. My thing
I
is
get it.
that
I
if
understand.
I'm
And
talking
that's
to
the same
somebody,
thing that
that's a critical point of view. If I'm talking to you in another language, you will not watch me. You'll hear me cut me up because you don't know what I'm talking about. People were upset about the something
yeah,
as
this is
simple
my
as
first time coming over here.
well, thanks for coming by. But people were upset about going on. People were upset about the halftime show because they didn't know what the guy was singing, and they were like, "Why would you have a Spanish speaking person for an American English speaking, show?" And people were upset about that. So the thing is that you're talking about something that's supposed to be spiritual. How are we supposed to connect with this, and you don't know what they're saying, and we don't know what they're doing? And we need an actual Babylao. So how about this?
Okay,
You
it's just like
And you can't
okay, it's
and you
like
can't teach me the language.
right, right. Hold
but
on. Hold on. It's just hold on. Wait a minute, y'all. It's just like when you're a Christian and you have your communion, right? That's the initiation, and you learn all the rites and passages of that spiritual system to be worthy of communion. This is how it's supposed to be. This is the same way it
somebody
is in
took it in
all true
Christianity.
spiritual systems, not
But guess what?
religions.
People in Christianity took it upon themselves to take it from the Hebrew to the Latin to the Greek to the English. They translated it so that everybody, and then the thing is we have the actual sources to be able to verify that the Hebrew
Right.
translated correctly. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that we don't have anything to verify.
The real Christians was the Ensis or the
Not the real
Anisis.
Christians.
Can
We're
you
not
They was
tell
the
me the book of
Ensis or the
Genesis?
Anisis.
we
Those
don't
were
want
the
to
real
talk.
true
We don't want
Christians.
to talk about
Can
Phoenicians.
you tell me the book of Genesis in the original Hebrew
She
language?
bring out a great point, and you just want to ignore what she said. She was telling you how we start speaking, understanding the Bible in the English because it went down from language to language to language, and it was broken down to understand it. And we telling you to break down a language that you can't, and you're gonna ask us something about Genesis. Do you understand?
Y'all breaking up a little bit.
I'm like, you're asking me. You're asking me to do something that you even can't even do.
No, I'm doing it
Can
because
you?
I actually have the text.
Right. I get that part.
You
I
don't
get
have
that part.
anything. All you have
Listen,
is somebody
can I
singing.
listen? I'm
You don't know
gonna
what
jump
they're
in for a
saying. They can
second.
say whatever
right?
they want. That's the problem with Yoruba. This so-called religion is the fact that you have to put all your power
No,
into
it's
it.
not a Yoruba. Is it? Hold on. Wait a minute.
She said
Yoruba
so-called.
isn't a
Hold on.
religion. It's a
No, let
culture.
me. No, what happens is you're putting your faith in a man. And the problem with man is that they are manipulative and they are not trustworthy. That's why the Most High took it away and said not to deal with that, because anybody can tell you whatever they want to, and it's especially a spirit, and they can manipulate you into doing whatever
They
they
do the
want
same
you
thing
to
in
do.
Hebrew.
They
In
did
the
the same thing.
beginning
I
of the
just want to
Bible,
ask
when
a
it says in the
question.
beginning,
I just
when
want
it
to ask
says
the
in the
question to
beginning,
everybody
it
on the
uses the
panel.
first
I
three
want to
letters
ask.
of the
I
Hebrew
want to ask the
alphabet.
question.
The host
I
speaking though,
just want to
guys.
ask the
The
question.
host is
I
speaking though.
want.
I've been spoken the whole. I've been very quiet. I've been allowing everybody to speak, so I'm getting ready to speak now because I'm about to close out. The thing is, it's like this: the power is given into a human being, a man. He can say and do whatever he wants to, which is very manipulative, which is giving him too much power and too much authority. So, but how does the Most High save people? Is by telling you not to deal with this practice, because anybody can get up here and tell you anything they want you to. Who is going to tell him that he's wrong? If
That
he's
can happen to
telling you,
anything.
huh?
That can
Listen,
happen with anything.
when it
No,
comes
that
to
cannot happen with
African
No, it
anything, because
can't.
the
spirituality,
thing is, the
the
Most
How
High
thing,
many
gave
of
you
us listen
his
to
word.
ourselves though,
Hold on. The Most
instead
High
of
gave
listening
you
to
his word.
outside people?
No, the Most High
This is
gave you
called
his word,
copium.
and it's
She
preserved.
coping.
We have his actual, we have the actual text in the Hebrew. We know how to decipher the Hebrew. And
Where?
guess what?
Who
We
is the
have
Most
direct
High? Where
communion.
is the Most High?
The Most High is in the cosmos. And
Where he at?
you
Well,
can talk to him anytime you want to.
no,
You
he
can
ain't.
talk to him.
No, he ain't in the cosmos. He's
You
not.
don't
He's
live in
in
the
you.
We were
you
dealing
don't
with
live
You
people
are
who
the
That's
are
the
Most High,
filibuster.
mother.
That's the filibuster question.
You are the Most
Y'all moving the
High.
goalpost
You
though.
are the Most
You're
High.
moving the but brother, what
okay,
you
but you
did,
know what?
you
That's
move.
why
She
I'm
is the
sorry.
Most High, and she don't even know it.
No, I'm not. I have no control over nothing. I have no
You
control.
are
The Most
you are the
High
Most High, and you don't even know it.
no,
Yes, you
you can't
are.
do nothing.
You don't
Only
have no control.
you see
Hold on.
what
So listen.
social
I
media
want
has
y'all to
done to
listen
these
to this.
people?
Go ahead.
All these people.
you know what? I don't like I said, it's getting late. It's no point of
You
having these
saying you don't have no power, no control, or nothing, but you have control over everything. You got control over your tongue. You got control over your emotion. You have control over your thought.
okay, do you know your history?
I'm just telling you.
Do you know
Listen,
your
I'm not.
history? How
I'm
did you
not
get up
trying to be
here? What's your
insulting or none of
background?
that. I'm
No,
just
I'm
trying to
not being
give our
insulting. I
show
just
our
want
people our true power.
no,
But bro, what you doing though? You over talking though. Damn.
what's your history? What's your history? You got so
listen,
much control, so much power.
let me
How did
just
you
say
get
this,
here?
right? When it
I'll
comes
be
Do
to
you have
this
quiet.
any
African
money? Do you have any
spirituality
income?
thing,
Do you have wealth?
we as Africans, we
No, you
stand
don't. Thank
when
you.
it comes to African
Why don't
We
y'all
as
answer the
spirituality.
question
Africans,
that's
I'm
asked?
not
You said peace
African.
and
Hold on,
control.
hold on.
Answer. Hold,
That's
no,
not
hold on,
I'm a
power.
brother.
full-blood
Why don't
American.
y'all
I'm
answer the sister
FBA.
Power
question?
is
I'm a
not
found
money.
My
nation.
mic good.
But I do got
Power
it.
is money.
I'm
Money
not
is
broke.
power. Money is power, though.
I mean, that
My mic
question
They
right
can
there
do
is
my
what
mic
kind
they
of
good.
gonna do
that
to you.
question right there is kind of crazy when you can't answer. When you hold on, wait a minute. When you can't come to a conclusion or have a conversation about spirituality, you want to bring some mundane material shit in here like money.
Well, you know, I don't have
Why
to
are you
bring.
Just like
cussing?
women
Why are
do
you
out here in
cussing
this
for?
mundane world, they wanna shit on a nigga because of They
All right,
money.
the language is
Oh,
unnecessary.
you gotta go. You gotta go in the back.
But thank you so much. I don't
I'm
have to
sorry.
hear
I
like
apologize. I do have the respect.
I don't care about all that. I'm not. I'm
Man, I'll
talking.
just fucking leave. I don't, cause this shit don't even
Wow.
matter to me.
DJ Johnson, why you got all your people swearing?
There we go. All right, thank you all. So, we're going to leave. I'm gonna have Samora, Kojo. You can say what you
Crazy.
have to say, and then we can get ready. Like I said, we're gonna close out.
Great show, Neftali.
Thank you so much, Elder Fernand. Happy birthday! Thanks for coming up
Thank
here.
you. Thank you. Thank all you guys for coming
I had
on.
fun.
Happy
All
birthday.
right, guys. So I'm gonna let
Thank
the
you.
sister close out. This is her show. She did come on over here with me. We had some fun. We can do this again. I thank you guys so much for tuning in. So I'm gonna go ahead and does anybody have anything else to say?
It said
Go ahead and
Samara
follow.
Kojo. Let him go ahead and say what he's gonna say.
You can go ahead and fall off if you don't have anything else to say. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready.
Samara Kojo or whatever. Samara. I want to hear what he got to say.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me have a quick word. Listen, African spirituality is deep, and there's stages. It's not like hoodoo where anybody can do it and anybody can get into it. Voodoo is such that you have to learn it. You have to be initiated into it, basically, and then you have, so it's like a priest class, and then you have the outside, just like you have a church, and then you have the members, basically. So this is how it goes. If you're not in the priest class, there are certain formulas that you follow, basically, and you would understand what the priest is doing, because you know these routines or these rituals that happen or that you do daily. So everybody is in the know. It's not like, oh, the priest is doing something and nobody knows. Everybody understands and knows what is happening. Therefore, we need that collective energy. This is why we're not rising, because we don't have the
That's why
collective
you're
energy.
not rising.
No, I'm saying as a people.
Man, let him talk.
I'm risen in America.
Man,
That's where I'm
There's no need to cut them off. I'm gonna let them. Like I said, we don't need to be too long because we've been on for 4 hours. I know my sis got to get up too. Everybody got to get up. I got to get up. It's getting late. So tomorrow, Kojo, go ahead and finish up. The next show, we'll definitely set something up. I'll let you know, Scam Wild. Subscribe to the channel.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, simply, I'm not gonna keep it long. I'm just gonna say that, look, the African spirituality, once you're in it, you will understand it. It's like being a Hebrew. Once you're in it, you understand the ins and outs of Hebrew or what have you, Christianity. It's the same way. So you have to be in it basically to understand. But not everybody can get to the highest level in an instant.
And that's where the
Everything
problem becomes. That's when it becomes a
gradual,
secret
basically.
society.
So yeah.
That's when it becomes a secret society, and that's when that's why it's a problem. It's nothing wrong with having a spirituality. There's nothing wrong with having a belief, but the problem is you put the power in man, and a certain few is in control, meaning that whatever they decide you need to do it, and you have to do it, and that's not probable. And that's why we have the Most High who came in and took over. We don't have priests anymore. Why don't we have priests anymore? Because they can't seem to get out of their own ways. So we're going to have to continue this conversation on. Thank you so much for coming up. If you guys don't have anything else, I would like for you guys to go ahead and just drop off. Thank you all so much for coming up. I just want to leave me and the sis up here so you guys can go ahead so I can let it close out.
Thank you.
Thank you so
you,
much.
Neftali, and thank you, sis, for answering my question. I meant no disrespect to you, okay?
Thanks for being good team.
I hope you two ladies heal up and and settle
Let's do it again.
your disagreements, privately.
That's how we get to the
We can
bottom
do
of
another
things. You gotta
show.
have a little battle. You gotta battle it out.
We can all learn from each other if we just give each other a chance to do so.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for hitting the link. Thank you all. Thank you all. Go ahead and just leave out so I can have the sister on with me. Thank you so much, Wall Street. We'll see you in the building next time. Hopefully you guys subscribe to me, subscribe to the sis channel. Most High bless to you too. All right, Wall Street, will go ahead and hit the drop off for me.
He might be asleep.
Go ahead and just move him. All right. And let's see here. All right, sis. Thank you so much for being a good sport. This was fun. It gets heavy out here, doctrine over truth. We got to figure out which doctrine is the truth. Thank you so much for bringing in a new insight.
We don't even have to do that. We don't have to like figure out what doctrine of truth.
Oh, yes, we do, because there's a lot of information. Just like you believe yours is, but you know, I need you to come back again. But I need a Bible hour with me. I need to be able to understand what people are saying. I
Well,
think
I'm gonna tell you what, ain't no Babalawo gonna come with all that. Like no Babalawo is going to.
We won't have
It
to
would
let
have to be
nobody
like
know.
if I know Babalaos, but they are not going to.
They don't have to worry about nobody hitting the link. We know how to. This was just like I told you, we was
like,
going to have people hit the link.
They don't listen Babalao, because really, if you have a real Babalao here, they're taking time off from healing people to like come up here. They don't have time to like argue with nobody. So I'm a new.
Well, that's fine. Well, like I said, I thank you so much.
I'll say I'm a new priest, so I have time to like just have conversations. But once you get to that level, they probably have like 100 people, 200 that they're like helping. You know, God kids. So, but I'll see what I could do. But we have to understand that they're not fixing to argue with nobody.
That's fine. They don't have to argue. They don't. That's cool. That's all right. But like I said, go ahead and say what you got to say, sis. Get ready to close out the show again. I appreciate you coming on. Shout out your channel and tell everybody where they can find you. And we're going to go ahead and let the people.
I'm gonna say this is that like I'm a young priest. I'm not like old. I'm like only 3 years old. So I don't know everything. I'm not gonna lie. But at the same point, I was felt like drawn to bringing Ifa into the fold and letting people know, because Ifa wants people to know about it, I didn't, sometimes when you have this type of thing, it gets kind of like hectic, but it is what it is. I'm not upset, but the main thing is.
Oops. Hold on 1 second, guys. Something happened. Come back on, sis. I don't know what just happened. Can you hit the link again, sis? I'm so sorry. I didn't. I was closing out a window and it accidentally kicked her off. I don't know why I did that, but it happens. Just come back on, sis. I don't know why you did that. Just closing out this window. No, this guy was up here. I was closing him off and it kicked her off for some reason. I don't know why. I was taking off that Will guy and it kicked her off. It's okay. All she got to do is just hit the link again. Let me put the oops. Let me put the invite up again. Don't know why I did that, but let's do it. Come back up for me, sis. I do apologize. I don't know what happened. I was trying to remove the wheel guy and I accidentally removed you. It happens. I'm not very familiar with working with this like that. So this is live, you know how lives are. I've been accidentally kicked off shows, so it's okay. In the meantime, yes, the sister came on. She held it down. Hopefully, I don't know what happened. My stuff been glitching and all kind of stuff today, but we've been making it through. But this was a good show. I had fun. I hope we can do more. What'd you say? It's all good. I really respect you. I respect you too. Thank you. You say peace and blessings. Queen Natalie, peace and blessings to you. Thanks for tuning in. What happened to you, sis? Can you come back? Did she fall off? Because I know I didn't. I don't remember. Did she fall off? been on here for a while. I don't know what happened. Still alive. Come back. All right, guys. I'm telling her to come back. I'm not sure what happened. But in the meantime, we're just going to wait for her to come back. Thank you. Great show. Thank you. Appreciate it. I thought it was a great show, too. I learned a lot. I'm not really familiar with the EFI or anything like that, you know. Yes, please like, share, and subscribe. Check out my girl channel, Genesis. We're still streaming. I've dropped the link in the description. I'm not sure what's going on. One second, guys. Let me give her a call. All right, she's I don't know what's going on, so I'm just waiting on her to come back. But let's see. Let's look at the comments. You say Yah has a sound. 2, lightning and thunder. Yeah. Peace and blessings. But yeah, guys, so if anybody wants to come on, have a conversation, we can all set up a conversation. Anybody's free to come on. You don't have to, you know, I'm setting up a platform for people to come on. You don't have to debate me. We can find you a debater. We can all come on and have conversations. Sometimes conversations, you know, when people are passionate about things, you know, it can get a little, you know, a little heated, but, you know, that just means that that's passion. You know, passion is, you know, brings in some good power, you know, bringing some, you know, people get. Well, but anyway, like I said, Doctrine Over Truth Debate League, trying to set up some good debates, trying to set up some good conversations. If you guys have any suggestions for conversations, I mean, you know, I'm always down. You know, if you guys have anybody, I got a group in Messenger on Facebook, Naphtali Israel, where we all can, you can actually suggest people, invite them in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, to the new channel. Like I said, this is Doctrines Over Truth. And also my other channel, Naftali's New School of Thought. I heard a lot of people say that they never heard a lot of the information that I brought out. They were very surprised. A lot of people don't know our history, don't know too much about the skyscrapers. You all been taught one way, and you think it's funny when somebody says something. But like I said, we live in a world where we have too much knowledge at our fingertips for somebody to get up here and just say things. And no, I use accredited sources. You know what I'm saying? I'm going into the, you know, the Britannica. I'm going into the New World Encyclopedia. I don't just go based off of my feelings and emotions. I go based off of what is actually is proven And you can actually go visit, like you can go visit a pyramid. You can actually go visit these so-called skyscrapers. Okay, you can actually visit them. And when I talk about our history, we all did not just start off in sub-Saharan Africa. No, we are people, the Bantu, that's why it's called the Bantu migration. The Bantus migrated. They started off, why were they in Ethiopia? They were in Ethiopia. Why? Because we were in the Mesopotamian area, and then we went into the Ethiopia and the Horn of Africa, which then we went further down south. No, I'm still waiting on the sister. I don't know what happened. I sent the, you see, I dropped the link. I reached out to her in the back chat. Let me see something. You said, what do you think happened tonight? I think tonight was a really good conversation that's really needed. You know, going into this, you know, the African, you know, there is a lot of history within Africa and the spiritual. So yeah, I think everything went good. I'm not sure what happened. You know, it is late, so I asked her was she still coming. She didn't respond back, so I'm not sure what happened. It's nothing but love over here, nothing but support. So I really wanted her to finish off. I really wanted her to get the ending to finish off so we all can have a good show. But you know how things go. But I'm going to give 2 more minutes, give some time. I don't know if she's having any technical difficulties. It happens, trust me. Peace to the channel. Hey, make sure you guys, yes, like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to support. Yes, my Cash App is ADUIC777. I didn't get a chance to get Genesis Cash App. I'm sorry. Hopefully she'll be back to give it to you. But support the sister as well. Peace to you at Real Talk. Make sure you guys subscribe. Check out my other channel, Naphtali's New School of Thought. I bring in a new school of thought. It's a lot of new information, so it may sound a little foreign to you, but that it's also backed with accredited sources. As well, of course, the Bible is my foundation. You know, maybe, you know, things happen, people's, you know, stuff dies, you know, computers, you know, so I'm trying to give some time, but do you guys have any questions in the chat while we try to give this some time? All right, guys, it's late. It's actually way past my bedtime. Oof, tired. But I don't know. Trying to talk to her in the back chat. I'm not getting any responses, so I'm gonna go ahead and just end the show off, guys. I hate that it had to end this way. I'm not sure if she had any technical problems, but that happens. But like I said, guys, thank you all so much for tuning in. Well, I'm not gonna even talk about them. That's how you see, I see your comment and I'm not even going to say anything. That's how much I'm not dealing with them no more. How about that? Okay. I see your comment. Real talk. You don't got to worry about me dealing with them no more. I'm gonna leave it like that. All right, guys. Like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and close. I'm gonna play my music, and I want you guys to subscribe, like, share to the channel. And thanks again, and Most High bless.
You are tuning into Naphtali's New School of Thoughts right here on YouTube.
Naphtali's New School of Thought. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe for news, politics, all truth and no lie. Welcome to Naphtali's new school of thought, where the wisdom is heavy and the knowledge is taught. We're digging through the Bible, science and history, stripping back the veil and solving every mystery. Talking all the truth, so you can step inside the room. We're clearing out the shadows and the intellectual gloom. There's no gatekeeping here, no locks on the door, just a hunger for the facts and a thirst for something more. We don't deal in fiction, no lies or lullabies, no fairy tales to soothe you or the dust across your eyes. If you're looking for a dream state, move along the line, cause we're operating on a different design. If you wanna stay asleep, this is not the place for you. The comfort of the dark is a ghost you're clinging to, but the sun is rising high, breaking through the night. And once you see the truth, you can't unsee the light. Welcome to Naphtali's new school of thought, where the wisdom is heavy and the knowledge is taught. We're digging through the Bible, science and history, stripping back the veil and solving every mystery. Welcome to Naphtali's new school of thought, where the wisdom is heavy and the knowledge is taught. We're digging through the Bible, science and history, stripping back the veil and solving every mystery. So wide awake movement, no more nodding off, no more hush hush. From the scrolls to the stars, it's all connected. Yeah, we're all woke. Class is in session.